Chapter 337. It was already the morning of the second day. Pei Ziyun's breakthrough had alerted Yu Yunjun. Yu Yunjun was rather tired. Although she had requested the king's permission, the emperor's sword had taken a lot of energy out of her. Her face was pale as well. Seeing the change in Pei Ziyun, she stopped Chu Xia from shouting. When the energy dissipated, Yu Yunjun walked up to him and smiled. What dangers did you encounter during your trip to the underworld? No matter what, congratulations on passing it. You finally reached the 7th level. Junior brother, you're amazing. Chu Xia stopped patrolling and looked at Pei Ziyun with wide eyes. Haha. Pei Ziyun stood up from the altar and walked a few steps. He thought for a while and decided not to tell them about his encounter with an Earth Immortal. He smiled. It's not the 7th level, it's the 8th level. I've had a stroke of luck. Not only have I retrieved the imprint from the underworld, I've also saved myself a lot of time. I feel like I'm just one step away from immortality. With immortality, my Een Master will never grow old. The next step is to become an Earth Immortal. Phew! Yu Yunjun and Chu Xia were astonished. Retrieving the imprint from the 7th level of Een Master, and the 8th level would require a lot of time and effort. If nothing went wrong, it would take at least a year. Yu Yunjun paused. Chu Xia didn't care and walked around Pei Ziyun. Junior brother, if that's the case, you'll be the first Earth Immortal in Free Cloud sect. When that happens, everyone in the sect will have to address me as Earth Immortal Pei's senior sister. Chu Xia's teasing caused the entire room to be filled with joy. When Yu Yunjun heard this, she stopped smiling and sighed. It's not that simple. Pei Ziyun heard Yu Yunjun's words and frowned. Master, is there something wrong with this? Yu Yunjun sighed. Ever since you became the sect leader, you've been too busy. I remember that you've only read the Dao Arts section of the sect, right? There are many secrets of the sect that you haven't paid attention to. Earth Immortals are not a cultivation level. Fortunately, I'm prepared. As she spoke, Yu Yunjun retrieved a book from within her robes. Pei Ziyun received it and flipped it open. There were 4 words written on it: Division of Earth Immortals. Pei Ziyun's heart sank as he continued reading. The opening chapter was very simple. The gist of it was, why are there only so few Earth Immortals in the past thousands of years? Why was there only one Earth Immortal in each sect? Now that I think about it, it is true. I have never heard of a Dao sect having 2 Earthen Immortals at the same time. This question, I really didn't think too deeply about it. In my previous life, the original owner didn't even come into contact with this level, so I didn't know. Pei Ziyun thought to himself as he continued reading, without a paradise, one cannot become a Daoist sect. Without a paradise, one cannot become an Earth Immortal. Seeing this, Pei Ziyun's eyebrows creased as he relaxed slightly. He then asked, if you're not a paradise, you can't become a Daoist. I can understand that. But if you're not a paradise, you can't become an Earth Immortal. I have my doubts. Master, I remember the teachings of the Dao sect. The essence of a blessed land and a grotto heaven are the same. Yu Yunjun had long been prepared for this. Hearing his question, she sighed. It's the same thing. It's just that there's a difference. A parent and an emperor, a landlord and the whole world, it's just a difference in numbers. Originally, I didn't want to talk about the difference. This is a secret of the sect, but it doesn't matter to you. Besides, you've already touched the threshold. What? Pei Ziyun listened as Yu Yunjun sighed. Her expression was solemn and melancholic. Even Chu Xia, who was by the side, had quietened down. She didn't dare to be mischievous as she listened to Yu Yunjun speak. The world is vast, and there are at least 100 million people. Amongst them, there are many who are talented and intelligent. Even geniuses can be found in every generation. You should know that even without a master, as long as they understand the heavenly man transformation, they would be able to enter the Tao and become Een Master. In the mortal world, they would be considered a grandmaster. But without a paradise to provide spiritual energy, only geniuses can become masters. If one is a genius, would the next generation be? The next generation, or the generation after that. That's why even if a rogue cultivator has a Tao art to enter the Tao, it would be difficult for them to form a stable legacy. This is the original meaning of the saying, if you're not a paradise, you can't become a Tao sect. Yes. Pei Ziyun understood this very well. Without a fixed asset, you could enter a prestigious university and change your destiny. But how could you ensure that your children and grandchildren would be able to enter the same university? Cultivation doesn't come out of thin air. It depends on spiritual energy. Even geniuses, without a paradise, would only be able to reach the first or second level of master. Not relying on paradise, not relying on the imperial edict, and being able to cultivate to the point of being able to achieve immortality, is something that only a handful of people can do. That's why paradise and paradise are the boundaries between mortals and immortals. This has been a bottleneck for thousands of years. Countless people, including geniuses, have died. Pei Ziyun nodded his head. He couldn't help but think back to when he used the plum blossom to obtain Tao art. There were many geniuses who used their innate talents to enter the Tao. However, they were only at the second or third level of master. In the end, it was all for naught. Thinking up to this point, he was speechless and fell silent. Looking at Pei Ziyun, Yu Yunjun spoke, without a legacy, it wouldn't be a Tao sect. But what is a legacy? Is it Tao arts? No, it's not that. It's paradise. As long as there's paradise, even if the Tao arts are inferior, with generations of Taoists, they can be improved. My sect's exponential powers cave is actually a branch of paradise. Who? When Pei Ziyun heard this, he couldn't help but think of the previous sect leader and Song Ji. Back then, he wanted to make use of the exponential powers cave to break through to the master level. However, he didn't have the chance to do so. In the end, he had to rely on the memories of his previous life to obtain spiritual herbs and concoct pills. Only then did he manage to break through. Yu Yunjun paused before speaking. The threshold to become an Earth Immortal is even higher. Earth Immortals are immortals of their own land. The sky cannot have two suns, and the country cannot have two rulers. The immortals of this land are like the emperor of the imperial court. Although they can be father and son, they cannot exist at the same time. Furthermore, this land has a minimum requirement. Free Cloud Sect's paradise is too small. It can't even meet the minimum requirement. Hence, one can never become an Earth Immortal. To become a paradise, the most basic requirement is to reach the minimum requirement. That's why one can evolve into a sun and moon, forming a paradise. That's why paradise has Earth Immortals, while paradise only has masters. Over hundreds and thousands of years, I wonder how many geniuses of Tao have managed to attain immortality, but were unable to become Earth Immortals. Yu Yunjun was a little angry and helpless as she looked at Pei Ziyun. Tens of years ago, Senior Grand Uncle betrayed his sect. Wasn't he talented? Why did he betray his sect in the end? One of the reasons was because he realized this, and wanted to find another way to become an Earth Immortal, or something similar. But that's just wishful thinking. Yu Yunjun heaved a long sigh. It's been said that in ancient times, there were people who wanted to concoct pills to attain immortality. Indeed, there were people who managed to attain the level of Earth Immortals, and were known as loose immortals. However, Earth Immortals have an endless supply of Earth veins. Even if a loose immortal were to attain immortality, he would have to continue hunting and harvesting spiritual animals to eat. Now, spiritual animals are extremely rare, and are on the verge of extinction. This is the consequence of their actions. As the spiritual animals die off, loose immortals are unable to survive. There are also people who wish to harvest incense, and are known as immortals. There are many different paths. Do you think no one has thought about it for hundreds and thousands of years? But as the saying goes, even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. The lack of spiritual qi in the heavens and earth makes it impossible. No wonder Xie Qingdong had black altar sex Qianji Mountain in the past life. He had to obtain Wang Yu Mountain in order to attain Tao. Pei Ziyun thought to himself. Chu Xia exclaimed in shock. Her face was filled with worry and disbelief. She looked at Pei Ziyun and asked, "Aunt, are you saying that junior brother has no chance of breaking through to Earth Immortal?" Pei Ziyun did not speak, but his eyes were filled with melancholy. Ever since he started cultivating, it had only been a few years. Furthermore, he had been out and about for a long time. It was only now that he realized the difference between immortals and mortals. How could he break through to Earth Immortal? Could he be like Xie Qingdong in the past life, and dominate all the Taoist sects? However, he had the plum blossom, and had opened up a new Tao. But could his reputation help him to become an Earth Immortal? Would he be able to maintain his reputation after breaking through? Pei Ziyun was deep in thought when he saw the plum blossom in front of him. It grew bigger and became a translucent information interface. It floated in front of him, and a few words appeared. Mission: kill Xie Qingdong and obtain the dragon veins, incomplete. Pei Ziyun looked at it and heaved a sigh of relief. Could it be that the system believed that the only way to become an Earth Immortal was to obtain the dragon veins? Also, it was no wonder that the 3 Yes and 2 Guos were extremely lucky. Based on this, they were born to be Earth Immortals. However, an Earth Immortal only has a lifespan of 200 to 300 years. In the long run, it's not much different from a 10th level Yin Master. Yu Yunjun saw Pei Ziyun's expression and consoled him. Just as she was about to continue speaking, an armored soldier entered the room and reported, "Tao Master, a madam has brought a message from the Grand Princess and wishes to see you." "Master, senior sister, both of you have guarded me for the entire night. It's been hard on you. Go and rest, we can talk about this later." Pei Ziyun looked at them as Yu Yunjun nodded her head. Pei Ziyun had things to do, and it wasn't appropriate for him to stay here. Pei Ziyun escorted Yu Yunjun and Chu Xia out and arranged for his personal guards to protect them. He then returned to the main hall and said, "Invite the madam in." "Yes, Tao Master." The personal guard left the room and returned with the madam. Pei Ziyun looked over and saw that the madam was around 30 years of age. She was dressed in a silk dress and had some makeup on. She had a golden hairpin in her hair and had an air of arrogance about her. One look and anyone could tell that she was from a wealthy family. The madam stepped forward and bowed to Pei Ziyun. "Greetings, Tao Master. I have come on the orders of the Grand Princess. I have something to discuss with you." This was a 6th-ranked fellow disciple's wife. Pei Ziyun had seen her a few times before. He was extremely surprised and didn't expect this person to be related to the Grand Princess. And it was rare for the Grand Princess to take the initiative to look for him. What was it for? Pei Ziyun thought to himself as the madam bowed and said, "Tao Master, I have come on the orders of the Grand Princess to make a suggestion to you. However, you can take a look at this and you will understand." The madam then retrieved a scroll from within her robes. This scroll was embroidered with silver patterns and looked extremely valuable. She then handed it over to Pei Ziyun. "The Grand Princess is acting so mysterious. What is it?" Pei Ziyun asked curiously as he picked up the scroll and read it. When he read it, his expression turned cold. Count Zhongqin. Chapter 338. Pei Ziyun had only read half of Count Zhongqin's report when his face turned ashen. He forced himself to continue reading. When he was done, he threw the report on the table and stood up. Madame Wen's expression turned cold as she mumbled something. She wanted to say something but stopped herself. Pei Ziyun ignored her as he walked up the steps and looked out. It was summer and the leaves were lush. The morning sun shone brightly. After looking for a long time, Pei Ziyun regained his composure. The anger in his heart had turned into killing intent. He had seen many people like this. This person must die. Pei Ziyun thought to himself as he suppressed his anger. He then thought, why would the Grand Princess contact me at such a sensitive time? Pei Ziyun's thoughts were running wild, but it wasn't a good time to think about it. He then turned around and asked, the report is confidential. The Grand Princess can read it but doesn't care. Why would she send it to me? Madame Wen stared at Pei Ziyun and saw that he was furious. She then said, Dao Master, the Grand Princess knew about this report and ordered someone to make a copy of it. She then sent it to me through a Taoist official. She wanted me to warn you and prevent you from being plotted against. This is the Grand Princess's painstaking effort. I'll have to trouble Madame to help me pass the message to the Grand Princess. Thank you for your reminder. She will definitely repay you in the future. Pei Ziyun expressed his gratitude. Madame Wen nodded her head in agreement. Pei Ziyun then looked at her and said, Does Madame have anything else to do? If not, I shall arrange for someone to send you back. Madame Wen laughed. Enlightened Master, the Grand Princess has something else to tell me. She ordered me to report this to you. Enlightened Master is already in his 20s and the young Canton Princess is already of marriageable age. The young Canton Princess has been taught the art of the zither by you and has resonated with the zither several times. It's truly a match made in heaven and a wonderful love. Moreover, the young Canton Princess is truly envious of you. Madame Wen paused for some time as she observed Pei Ziyun's expression. She then smiled. Dao Master is afraid of Count Zhongqin because you're not in the imperial court. This is the best of both worlds. After marrying the Canton Princess, Dao Master is also a member of the imperial family. Naturally, Madame Wen spoke with a hint of envy in her voice. In fact, there was an unspoken rule in marrying a princess. The son-in-law of the imperial guard was a third-ranked official and enjoyed the salary of the princess. The previous dynasty's rule that husband and wife could not live together or eat at the same table was abolished, but they could not take up any real positions. On the other hand, the Canton Princess did not have much to do with this. She could still take up the post. This was a very tempting suggestion. As long as Pei Ziyun agreed to it, his predicament would be resolved. No, junior brother, you can't agree to it. If you agree to it, it will damage your Tao foundation. As soon as the madame's voice trailed off, Chu Xia stormed in angrily. Don't cause trouble. Your sect leader and his junior brother are in the middle of a discussion. How dare you barge in like this? Yu Yunjun followed closely behind. The moment she entered, she pulled Chu Xia aside and reprimanded her. Aunt, this woman wants junior brother to marry the princess of the imperial family. How can this be? How can this be? Chu Xia said, her body trembling. She pointed at the madam, and a tear rolled down her cheek. Be obedient. Looking at Chu Xia's angry and sad face, Yu Yunjun reached out her hand to rub Chu Xia's head and ordered. Chu Xia had an aggrieved look on her face. Not long after she left the house, she saw the madam enter the house. She felt something was amiss and eavesdropped on them. Now that she heard about the Canton Princess, she couldn't hold it in any longer. Yu Yunjuan's face darkened as she spoke to Chu Xia. This is my junior brother's business. Don't talk too much. Sit over there. As Yu Yunjun spoke, she pulled Chu Xia to sit down. When Chu Xia and Yu Yunjun barged in, she felt that something was amiss. From the conversation between Chu Xia and Yu Yunjun, she could tell that one of them was Pei Ziyun's master, and the other was his senior sister. Seeing that Pei Ziyun did not chase them out, she couldn't help but close her mouth. She looked at Pei Ziyun and thought to herself, he is indeed a Taoist, and doesn't understand etiquette. But a Taoist has passed the high scholar exams, and has such a high status. Why isn't he interfering? Isn't he going to do something about it? Although she was feeling disdainful, she smiled and said, The Grand Princess has said that as long as you marry the Canton Princess, it will not prevent the Taoist from welcoming other women into the family. The term concubine was used in ancient times when nobles married their daughters. Concubine status would be lower than the wife's, but higher than the concubine's. This was also known as a concubine. However, only those who were conferred the title of nobility would have such a term. Pei Ziyun listened without saying a word. Chu Xia listened by his side, feeling embarrassed and annoyed. As long as you agree to this, the Grand Princess can speak in front of the Emperor. You can even guarantee that you will be conferred the title of true sovereign. As Madame Wen finished speaking, she looked at Chu Xia and Yu Yunjun. This young Taoist nun was so excited just now. She had rushed in as soon as she heard about the marriage. Could it be that she was fated to be married? Or could it be this woman? Madame Wen pondered for a moment before looking at Pei Ziyun and said, "Taoist, perhaps you have someone you like and wish to marry. But the Canton princess is still a Canton princess. To put it bluntly, when the 7 states were established, other than the emperor, even if the crown prince wanted to marry a Canton princess, he would have to marry her as a wife. A Canton princess, how could she not be a concubine? If you reject her, you and the Grand Princess would no longer be fated to be together. The relationship between you and the Grand Princess would also be lost." Her tone was a little harsh. Madame Wen then changed the topic. "Besides, I've heard that the Canton Princess has become skinny and bruised just to be able to perform with you. Do you have the heart to let her down?" Every single word of Madame Wen's pierced Pei Ziyun's heart. The image of the Canton Princess's pitiful face appeared before his eyes. He sighed and thought for some time before sighing. "It's not that I don't know how much the Canton Princess has done for me. It's just that I cannot agree to this condition. Please reply to the Grand Princess's words. I have an engagement and cannot break it. There's no such thing as this in this world." Madame Wen repeated it several times in her heart. She couldn't help but sigh in admiration. She then said, "Taoist, please reconsider. There's no need for that. Pass this message to the Grand Princess." Pei Ziyun then turned to Yu Yunjun. "Master, please send Madame Wen off. We'll have a chat later." Since he was bidding farewell, Madame Wen had no choice but to take her leave. Yu Yunjun sighed and followed Chu Xia out to send Madame Wen off. Chu Xia watched as Madame Wen left and was extremely displeased. She then said to Yu Yunjun, "Aunt, that woman was dreaming. Junior brother is an earth immortal. How could he marry a Canton princess?" Yu Yunjun listened to this and didn't say anything. She then walked along the cobblestone path. All of a sudden, she stopped under a tree. "Can you give up now?" As soon as Yu Yunjun said this, Chu Xia froze and stopped walking. She then bit her lips and didn't speak. "How could I not understand what you're thinking? It's just that even the Canton princess wouldn't agree. How could you?" Yu Yunjun pulled Chu Xia closer to her. She then saw that Chu Xia's tears were already rolling down her cheek. And Chu Xia threw herself into Yu Yunjun's embrace, sobbing so hard that her clothes were wet. Yu Yunjun let out a long sigh and didn't speak. After some time, she then patted her shoulders. "Aunt still needs to speak to your sect leader. If you're like this, don't go." Seeing Chu Xia leave, she couldn't help but feel melancholy. She then returned to the main hall and saw Pei Ziyun's expression. He looked both happy and sad at the same time. She then said, "What's wrong? Can't bear to part with the beauty? This matter isn't that simple. Master, please accompany me for a while." Pei Ziyun then spoke as the both of them walked along a corridor towards the west. After turning a corner, the view before them opened up. There was a small stream in the middle of the house. The stream was paved with stone slabs and flowers. Not far away, there was a small pavilion with the word Stream Pavilion written on it. There were about 10 peach trees planted around the pavilion. If it was spring, the flowers would have bloomed. But now it was refreshing. However, Yu Yunjun wasn't in the mood to admire the scenery. She knew that this disciple of hers had great foresight. She then sat down and said, "Speak, what's the matter? Could it be that there's a trap?" Pei Ziyun laughed as his expression softened. He then smiled. "Master, have you studied the art of politics before? If you're not talented, how are you going to defeat an enemy who's more talented than you?" Yu Yun-jun waved her hands and said, "Only men like you would study such things. Speak, I'm listening." Pei Ziyun smiled as he walked out of the pavilion. He didn't follow the path he came from, but instead walked along the corridor. He stopped in front of a wall of flowers that was covered in ivy. He then smiled and said, "It's actually very simple. It's just one sentence. Put your heart and soul first. Put your heart and soul first. Put your heart and soul first?" Yu Yun-jun frowned. "That's a good thing to say. But when you say it, why does it sound so wrong?" "That's right. A talented person is like a sword. Both sides are sharp. If it's sharp against the enemy, wouldn't it be the same for yourself? If you meet someone who's talented, not only should you not go against him directly, you should also think of ways to flatter him. After that, when his colleagues and superiors hear about it, the superiors and colleagues will feel uncomfortable." Pei Ziyun spoke plainly. "After that, you should report this in private. This person may not have the heart to rebel, but he has the ability to do so. I have no grudges with this person. Today, I'm acting as a villain, but it's all for the sake of the king and the country. I'm doing this for the sake of the country. Why would I want to spare a hero?" By saying this, you can show that you're loyal and devoted. You can also erase the hard work and achievements of your opponent. No matter how many merits and relationships you have, they would all disappear under these words. How many heroes have died because of these words? The ancient books might say that humans should overcome their suspicions and jealousy. Actually, this is common human nature. It's not something that can be overcome just by being magnanimous. It's a natural reaction when you see someone threatening you. With a sword so close to your body, who wouldn't be afraid? Pei Ziyun laughed. Besides, even if this secret was leaked, the king and the majority of the people would think that this person is loyal and devoted. Even if he made a mistake, it wouldn't hurt his reputation. After all, he's thinking for the sake of the country. Look at how powerful this technique is. It kills people without a trace, and it's done openly. You can't even refute it, because what he said is the truth. Who asked you to draw your sword and see blood? That's why the crown prince has to be moderate, and the officials have to be like him. Since ancient times, only a few of them have a good ending. Those who can become the prime minister, if you look closely, are not the most outstanding people, but the most suitable ones. This is how Count Zhongqin's methods are so vicious. Yu Yun-jun listened to Pei Ziyun speak, as if he was talking about something normal. She felt a chill down her spine as she shivered. She then asked, "How do we deal with this?" He then frowned and said, "We were talking about the engagement of the Canton princess. Why are we talking about this now?" She paused for a moment before regaining her senses. "Are you saying that the engagement of the Canton princess is related to this as well? Everything can be broken. Naturally, this can be broken too." Pei Ziyun still had a mysterious smile on his face as he changed the topic. "Teacher, we've gone too far. I wish for you to be my matchmaker, and help me and Yi settle the marriage as soon as possible." Chapter 339. Seeing that Yu Yun-jun had left, Pei Ziyun spoke to someone. "Go and invite Mr. Ren over." The personal guard acknowledged and left. He then returned to the main hall and sat down. Pei Ziyun had interacted with the Grand Princess many times before. She was very particular about the rules and was very clear about many things. This sudden act of forcing her hand in marriage was definitely not right. "Young master!" Renwei's voice rang out. Pei Ziyun regained his senses. "Come in. Take a look at Count Zhongqin's report." Seeing Renwei enter, Pei Ziyun's smile was ferocious. His tone was calm as he repeated the conversation he had with Madame Wen. Don't forget the friendship between the poor and the lowly, and don't forget the wife of the poor. Renwei read the report carefully and thought of his wife. Tears welled up in his eyes as he placed the report on the table. Young master's love for Miss Su is deep. As Renwei spoke, he changed the topic and his expression turned gloomy as he frowned. Young master, Uncle Zhongqin has ill intentions and is extremely vicious. It's like a snake biting into the bone. The Grand Princess is forcing young master to marry, and I'm afraid she has ill intentions as well. Who? Hearing Renwei's words, Pei Ziyun frowned as his eyes gleamed. He did not speak as he listened to Renwei. Furthermore, it's difficult to defend yourself. Count Zhongqin's report says that young master may not have the heart to cause trouble, but he does have the strength to do so. Young master can't just abandon his Dao arts and be an idle person. His heart is sinister. If the emperor hears even half a sentence, young master will be in danger. Pei Ziyun grunted, his face was gloomy as he paced around. He then said coldly, who knows if the emperor thinks that way? He turned around and saw Renwei staring at him in shock. Pei Ziyun waved a hand. The Grand Princess has always followed the rules. Why would she give me Count Zhongqin's report? Copying the official's report is a huge crime. The Grand Princess took the risk to do so. Furthermore, she copied the original report and did not just pass it on. Pei Ziyun spoke up to this point as he looked up at the sky. After a long time he sighed. Even if it's because of the Canton Princess, I don't think the Grand Princess would break the rules so brazenly. That's a huge taboo. Furthermore, according to the rules of the Great Su Dynasty, the princess's horse is 3rd rank, the princess's guest of honor is 5th rank, and the county magistrate's guest of honor is 7th rank. To be a ceremonial guest of the princess, one has to be a 5th rank official, even if it's a disbanded official. This is different from the ancient agreement of enlightened beings and true monarchs. It's an official position. It is difficult for the officials to be on the same level as the Tao. This will cause the Tao foundation to be dispersed. As he spoke up to this point, Renwei couldn't help but shudder in fear. He then heard Pei Ziyun continue coldly. Count Zhongqin's report and the Grand Princess's betrothal could very well be the intentions of the emperor. Some people say that you don't have the heart to cause chaos, but you do have the strength to cause chaos. If you cripple your own Tao arts and obediently become a weak official, I will believe you. Of course, the emperor has his own way of appeasing me. By marrying the princess to me, he wants to cripple my Tao arts and also give me a reward. When Renwei heard these words, he broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't dare to say a single word. As Pei Ziyun spoke up to this point, his face turned gloomy. His eyes gleamed coldly as his muscles twitched. Let's not talk about the fact that I've worked so hard to achieve my current level of cultivation. In the end, I have to cripple my own Tao art. I've been an emperor for too long. How shameless! When Renwei heard Pei Ziyun's words, his body trembled. He struggled for a long time before raising his head. Young master, that's true. But how do we deal with this? Under the heavens, all lands belong to the emperor. Those who live under him are the emperor's officials. Going against the emperor will be a difficult task. It's hard to predict whether one will live or die. As he spoke up to this point, Renwei straightened his crown and bowed deeply to Pei Ziyun. Young master, the best course of action now is to agree to the Grand Princess's proposal. Or we can hide far away. Hearing Renwei speak like this, Pei Ziyun paced several steps before laughing out. Haha, there's no need for that. I've already thought of a plan. Hearing Pei Ziyun speak like this, Renwei didn't understand. Pei Ziyun's expression softened. Count Zhongqin's plan is actually very easy to deal with. Since he said that, I'll pretend to be sick. King Lu is plotting a rebellion, and I won't say a word. If the emperor asks me, I'll say, this poor Taoist is ignorant. Count Zhongqin is much better than me. When the emperor asks me, I'll say, This poor Taoist is ignorant, and Count Zhongqin is much better than me. When the emperor asks me, I'll just say, this poor Taoist is ignorant. Count Zhongqin is much better than me. When it comes to national affairs, the emperor should ask Count Zhongqin. As for my countermeasure, it's very simple as well. Pretending to be sick isn't as simple as keeping a low profile. More importantly, it's to push Count Zhongqin to the forefront. Push him to the forefront? Ren Wei mumbled. Yes, Count Zhongqin is loyal to the nation. This time, when we attack King Lu, he has to be the commander. Pei Ziyun spoke out coldly, don't you understand? If he's not worthy of his position, during times of peace, he might be able to gain the admiration of his superiors. But during times of war, his enemies won't give him any face. Once he meets a soft persimmon, he will definitely crush him to death. For people like Count Zhongqin, we have to push him to the forefront. Naturally, he'll die a horrible death. As soon as these words were spoken, Ren Wei understood, as though he had been enlightened. Throughout the ages, there were countless loyal ministers and generals who never ended up in a spectacular fashion. Their loyalty was wasted, and many of them made the emperor feel threatened. And the villain had succeeded time and time again because he saw the emperor's intentions. However, the villain was a villain because he wasn't talented enough. Hence, he had to plot against others. Once he was pushed to the forefront, his true colors would be revealed. It wasn't just the battlefield and the imperial court. Even small families and clans were the same. What if he met a villain who only knew how to sow discord in the dark? Think of a way to send him to the front lines. Ren Wei regained his composure and bowed to Pei Ziyun. I've really learned something. I'm truly convinced. Pei Ziyun laughed. The Qing dynasty had pacified Jin Chuan. Altai was dismissed from his position, Zhang Guangxi was killed, and Emperor Na was sentenced to death. This took 5 years and cost him 70 million taels of silver. He Shen was favored by the emperor, and everyone had to give him some leeway. If someone was able to get him to take up such a key position, especially a military position, even if he wasn't sentenced to death like Emperor Na, he would still end up in a miserable state. The core of the strategy was to prevent these people from going to the forefront. If they didn't let them die, they wouldn't be able to win against these people who were favored by the emperor. If someone was able to get Qin Hui to take charge of the war, what would happen to him? Thinking back to Wang Ming Bogu's orders, who within the party could resist? It was only because he led the entire army and the party was defeated that he lost his power. If the country didn't lose hundreds of thousands of soldiers and a few provinces, states, how would the emperor wake up? Pei Ziyun laughed coldly and didn't speak further. Ren Wei then asked, we have the strategy, but young master's current situation. Haha, don't worry. If King Lu hadn't rebelled, I would indeed be in danger. But now that King Lu has rebelled, I won't be in any danger. Besides, even if I'm in danger, with my martial arts and Dao arts, as long as I don't fall into a dangerous situation, how can I be taken down so easily? Ren Wei nodded his head. That was indeed the case. Pei Ziyun waved his hands. Ren Wei, my master will decorate the palace for me to marry Su. Go to the capital city and think of a way to get someone to praise Count Zhongqin. Send someone to scold me, saying that I'm a Taoist. Does the imperial court have no generals and must use me? Send someone to request for Count Zhongqin to be the commander of King Lu's army. That won't be difficult. The general has already fallen out with the emperor, and the civil officials can't be used. Apart from me, only Count Zhongqin has the qualifications and authority to do so. This matter cannot be delayed. The sooner the better. Yes, young master, I will do it immediately. Ren Wei acknowledged the order and without hesitation, turned around and left. Pei Ziyun walked down the stairs and raised his head to look at the horizon. In the distance, the sky was blue, and the white clouds were dyed by the rays of the sun. It was a beautiful sight to behold. He then whispered, Marriage, I wonder how Yi Su is feeling now? True element sect. The mountain range was tall, and the cliffs were lush with trees. There was a pavilion at the top of the cliff, where the sun was setting. Yi Su's eyes were fixated on the tip of her sword. She waved her sword gently, and the light from her sword fell like rain. One strike after another, the sword emitted a silver light. At this point, a butterfly flew past and landed on the sword, fluttering its wings. After some time, Yi Su sheathed her sword and retrieved a flute from her waist. She then opened her lips and started playing. It was as if she was expressing her love for someone, and also as if she was talking about the cycle of heaven and earth. Clap clap. As soon as Yi Su finished playing, the sect leader of True Element sect started clapping her hands gently. And Yi Su bowed. Seeing that Yi Su had grown up and become more dignified and beautiful, the sect leader's eyes were filled with tears. Su seeing you like this, I am reminded of your father. Hearing her aunt's words, Yi Su asked curiously, Aunt, why are you crying? As she spoke, she took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Aunt is very happy. The sect leader took the handkerchief and smiled as she wiped her tears. Today, I have something good to tell you. Aunt, please speak. The sect leader smiled. The first thing is that your brother Pei has broken through to the 8th level of cultivation. He is only one step away from becoming an earth immortal. Hearing the sect leader's words, Yi Su smiled and asked, Aunt, what's the second thing? The second thing is the wedding. The two of you may tie the knot soon. What? Yi Su was overjoyed. She then asked hesitantly, Brother Pei, why did he suddenly think of getting married? Hearing this, the sect leader continued to explain the matter. Hearing that the poor should not be forgotten, and the poor should not be married, Yi Su's tears started to flow. The third day was an auspicious day. The entire True Element sect was decorated with lanterns and banners. The Taoists in the sect were all bustling about, their faces filled with joy. Within the room, Yi Su was putting on makeup, her face was filled with joy. Beside her was a stack of poems. These were all poems that Pei Ziyun had written for her. She picked them up gently and read them carefully, as tears started to stream down her cheeks. Her aunt wiped her tears away and said, You are blessed. With these poems and these words, your life will not be in vain. As she said this, she thought of the love she had all those years ago. Seeing that Yi Su had finally gotten married, she couldn't help but feel happy. Yi Su was gentle and beautiful. Just one look at her was enough to stun her. Junior sister, you are too beautiful today. Senior sister Yi Su squeezed her head over. The sect leader of True Element sect slapped her on the back and said angrily, This is your junior sister's wedding day. Don't you dare cause trouble. Don't you think you have caused enough trouble every day? Hearing the sect leader's words, the senior sister kept quiet. Come, don't cry. I'm going to send you on the boat, the sect leader said, as tears started to flow down her cheeks again. She was dressed in a wedding gown as she escorted her out of the sect. The senior sister then said, Junior sister, you go on your own. If your husband doesn't treat you well, we will not agree. Senior sister, thank you, Yi Su said loudly as she boarded the boat. She looked at the sect from afar, her heart filled with trepidation. Chapter 340. Snail Village, Pei Mansion. The village walls had been repaired. It was a festive day, and the entrance of the village had been changed to a red door. On both sides of the door, the word happiness was pasted. The walls of the village were decorated with red muslin. At the entrance of the Pei Mansion, there were soldiers standing guard with swords in their hands. The atmosphere was somber, and no one dared to approach. It was her son's wedding, and Pei Qianshi was dressed in her robes. Although she was only a 7th-ranked official, she was dressed in gold and silver. She had 2 pearls, a laurel, a jade cloud, a jade necklace, a gold and silver flower, and a pearl in her mouth. She looked very dazzling. A few women wore their hair in silver. It was the 7th month, and they were all dressed in satin. They were supervising the servants, serving maids and helping their wives. When they saw her, they said, "You are really blessed. Your son has become a high scholar, and has contributed greatly to the imperial court. He has been bestowed this title. Look at the extravagance and grandeur." They were all praising Pei Qianshi, who said it wasn't so. "We've seen Su grow up. He is virtuous and virtuous. He is really blessed." One of the women said. Everyone nodded in agreement. "Even the governor and the county magistrate are here. It's not just that. Look at that hut. I've heard that even the emperor's son will be here." Pei Qianshi listened to the discussion and smiled. She then said softly, "My husband, I've brought up Pei. He will be able to bring glory and riches to his ancestors. Some people say that he wants to rise to the top, and I'm already satisfied with this. Now he has a wife, and I've seen his wife grow up. I'm very satisfied with her. I only hope that he will be safe and have many children. Then I will have the face to see you again." As Pei Qianshi said this, her eyes turned red and she hurriedly wiped them away. River Channel. During the early summer, the water level rose and the war calmed down. The customs were opened and the merchant ships were restored. However, there was a huge boat docked at this point. It had 3 levels and people were busy on it. The sect leader of True Elements sect stroked Yi Su-er's hair and said, "We're almost there. Let me help you put on the phoenix coronet." Wiping away her tears, Yi Su-er sat down. In front of the bronze mirror, the lady tied up her hair and used a comb to comb it. She was dressed in a bright red robe. The lady then took out a phoenix coronet and placed it on Yi Su-er's head. The phoenix coronet was made of pure gold, and there was a golden phoenix standing on top of it. There were also red, yellow, orange, and green decorations on both sides, and there were several pearls on the side of the phoenix, making it look very gorgeous. The multicolored cape and the phoenix coronet resonated with each other. It was a magnificent sight. Looking into the mirror, he saw her long satin hair and a bit of red lip. Perfect. This is actually a noblewoman's attire. Commoners, even if you don't have an official position, on the day of your marriage, men can wear black official robes, and women can wear phoenix coronets and red shawls. But if you get married, perhaps you will soon have a real official's robe. Even your mother-in-law has a 7th-rank scholar's robe. You will definitely have one. Hearing this, Yi Su-er suddenly said, "Aunt, take out the phoenix hairpin from the box and put it on. The phoenix crown is only for today. This is my usual gift." There were many expensive accessories in the box, but the phoenix hairpin was not very eye-catching. The sect leader then said, "This phoenix hairpin is rather exquisite, but it's old." Yi Su-er stretched out her hand and took the hairpin. She then lowered her head and said, "Many years ago, my father-in-law bought this for my mother-in-law. After he passed away, my mother-in-law fled for her life. The world was in chaos and the family was in dire straits. He didn't pawn it off, and said that he had to leave 1 or 2 accessories for his daughter-in-law. The last time I left, my mother-in-law specially gave it to me. She said that this was a symbol of her lifelong yearning. Wearing this, I am the daughter-in-law of the Pei family and his wife. This is a very memorable hairpin. Your mother-in-law is very considerate," the sect leader said as she took the phoenix hairpin and inserted it into the hairpin. At this point, the sound of firecrackers could be heard from outside the boat. The sect leader then helped Yi Su-er out of the boat. When she came out, even the sect leader was taken aback. She saw a large number of soldiers and officials, including the county magistrate. Below, Pei Ziyun was dressed in a bright red groom's robe. He was mounted on a white horse, looking very handsome and at ease. Behind him was a group of soldiers. Seeing that Yi Su-er had come out of the boat, Pei Ziyun leaped down and approached her. "Su-er, I'm here." The sect leader led Yi Su-er into the palanquin, and the music started to play. The procession then turned around and headed towards Pei Mansion. Actually, it wasn't too far away. Inside the huts, there were fish, chickens, meat, and meatballs being cooked. The air was filled with the fragrance of meat. The prefecture chief Ding Hing saw that more and more officials, elders, relatives and neighbors were coming and going. He then hurriedly asked, "How's the arrangement going? The prefecture king and Count Zhongqin are here. With the soldiers around, I'm not worried about any assassins. But if there's any commotion, it would ruin everyone's mood." Ding Hing was a famous constable in the county. He then bowed. "We've already discussed this matter. Every single villager has been checked. Those who don't have their names registered are not allowed to come near. They're even wearing casual clothes and mingling with the crowd. Don't be fooled by the commotion, everyone is watching." Ding Hing revealed a smile and nodded his head. "You've done well. Once the banquet is over, if nothing happens, I'll give you credit." Before he could finish his sentence, the music started to play. "The Tao Master is here to fetch the bride." The sound of firecrackers could be heard. When they reached the door, the sect leader looked at Pei Ziyun and said, "Sect leader Pei, I'll leave Suer in your care." As she said this, she handed Yi Suer's hand over to Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun took her hand and noticed that it was soft and fair. Ding Hing couldn't help but laugh, knowing that this was not Chong Li's style. He then stepped onto the brazier and the saddle of the horse. He then walked into the room and invited Pei Qianshi to take the seat of honor. "Bow to the heavens and earth. Bow to your parents. Bow to each other as husband and wife." Pei Ziyun and Yi Suer bowed to each other. As soon as they did so, Yi Suer's tears started to roll down her cheeks. At this point, they were already husband and wife. Capital city. All of a sudden, someone galloped on a horse and shouted, "Make way, make way." This person was galloping at top speed. Passers-by who saw this person immediately gave way. An outsider saw this and asked softly, "What's going on? Even the imperial court doesn't care?" Someone replied, "This is an urgent military matter. If we don't give way, we'll die in vain." Grand Princess Mansion birds were chirping and flowers were fragrant. There were also many flowers and plants that were flourishing with vitality. The Canton Princess came out. These few days, her body and mood seemed to be rather good. She was enjoying the fragrant scent of the plant. Now that the sky was getting darker, all the birds had returned to the forest. It was summer and she had to wear summer clothes. Her skirt and sleeves were very thin. The Canton Princess smiled as she spoke to the serving maid. She held up a book in her hands. Wine Not Empty has published a new book. It's about the fox immortal. I have to show it to my mother and make it into an opera. If that's the case, I'll have another opera. My mother will be very happy. As she said this, she turned down a corridor and walked past a fake pond. From afar, she saw an official rushing in and someone talking. The Canton Princess stopped in her tracks and told the serving maid not to speak. She then leaned forward. At this point, a female official was standing beside the Grand Princess. The official rushed forward and reported, "Grand Princess, Madam One, who you sent to look for Pei Ziyun, has replied. She said that Pei Ziyun has already rejected the marriage. She was there as a witness. Qingshan Prefecture Prince, Count Zhongqin and the prefecture magistrate were present as well. There's no turning back now. Bring me the book." The Grand Princess spoke as the serving maid took the book and handed it to her. The Grand Princess flipped open the book and looked at it. Her face was expressionless as she sighed. When the female official heard this, she was furious and said, "Damn it. This Pei Ziyun is just a Taoist. He doesn't know what's good for him." Because this was an official marriage, and there were so many important people present, there was no room for negotiation. The Grand Princess didn't speak as she continued reading. When she reached the part where she read, "Never forget a poor friend and never leave a poor wife," she paused. After some time she sighed, "Although I am angry, I feel respect for these words. It's just that Pei Ziyun's heart is too strong. My Canton princess's heart, I know it and you know it too. How could Pei Ziyun not know? But my imperial brother's actions are not to be blamed. I was confused as well and had some hope. I just didn't expect Pei Ziyun to reject me so decisively. Ai. She then let out a long sigh. Hearing the Grand Princess's words, the female official lowered her head. The serving maid and the old granny didn't dare to speak. Grand Princess, Your Highness, this is all Pei Ziyun's fault. How can you blame it on yourself? I can only say that he doesn't know how to cherish his blessings. After some time, the female official spoke. The Grand Princess stood up, her eyebrows furrowed. The serving maid and the old granny hurriedly followed her to the window and gently pushed it open. From afar, they could see swallows flying in the sky. The white clouds in the sky changed shape with the wind. Actually, I'm not surprised by this result. Pei Ziyun is a hero and I know him well. How could he possibly take this lying down? It's just a pity for my Qianyan. With her status, it's impossible for her to marry Pei Ziyun again. The female official had wanted to say something bad about Pei Ziyun, but after hearing the Grand Princess's words, she spoke softly. Grand Princess, the Canton Princess is still young, and has yet to settle down. Perhaps after a while, she will forget about him. Besides, Grand Princess, the imperial court has already sent an envoy. The Canton Princess who was standing in the corridor had already opened the gates of heaven. Her six senses were much sharper than an ordinary person's. At this point, she could hear every single word clearly, and her face was as white as snow. The Grand Princess raised her hand and massaged her temples before revealing a look of anger. The imperial court's envoy has already set off, and is probably halfway there. Pei Ziyun, how are you going to deal with him? It's fine if you reject him, but you want to marry him immediately. Could it be that my Qianye doesn't like him at all? As soon as the Grand Princess finished speaking, she looked somewhat haggard, and her face was somewhat dim. When the Canton Princess heard this, she quietly retreated. After taking a few steps, she felt a wave of pain. She had bitten her lips, and blood was flowing into her mouth. She felt as though she was floating, as though she was walking on clouds. I must not faint, I must not faint. Because of this, Mother doesn't like Brother Pei anymore. If I faint again, Mother will definitely vent her anger on him. With this thought in mind, the Canton Princess's face turned pale as she staggered back to her own room. She then said to the serving maid, I'm tired and wish to sleep. Don't disturb me. As soon as she finished speaking, her vision turned black, and she fell onto her bed. Chapter 341. Snail Village, Pei Mansion. When Pei Ziyun opened his eyes, Yi Sue let out a soft moan, her body flushed red. She turned around and hugged Pei Ziyun. She rubbed her face against his chest. Brother Pei, I am finally your wife. Hearing Yi Suer's words, Pei Ziyun cupped her face in his hands and kissed her on her forehead. Me too. A serving maid knocked on the door. Young master, young mistress, old mistress is waiting for you. Hearing this, Yi Suer's face turned red. Pei Ziyun leaned in and whispered into her ear, Wake up, we still have to serve tea. Yi Suer replied softly, Okay. The both of them got out of bed and put on their clothes before walking to the main hall. They saw Pei Qianshi sitting in the middle of the hall, looking to be in a good mood. A serving maid had already prepared tea for them. Yi Suer stepped forward to receive the tea and knelt down to serve it to Pei Ziyun. Pei Qianshi took the tea and took a sip. She then looked at Yi Suer and nodded her head, indicating that the ceremony was over. She then said to Pei Ziyun, You and Suer are now tied. Let's go to the ancestral hall and tell your father about this. Pei Ziyun listened and replied, Yes, mother, this is the right thing to do. Men, prepare the offerings, incense, and paper money. Pei Ziyun instructed. Immediately, someone obeyed. Before long, the family of three arrived at the ancestral hall. The walls of the ancestral hall were painted white, and there were two small stone lions in front of the door. They looked very dignified. In the past, it was a little difficult to use them, but now it was more than enough. "Old mistress, you're here." A member of the Pei family stepped forward to greet them. He was about 50 years old and looked very thin. Now that the ancestral hall had been built, there were also 50 mu of farmland. Naturally, it was necessary to arrange for the clan members to guard it. This was his third uncle. Pei Zi-yun did not mind as the three of them entered the ancestral hall. The ancestral hall had been built for more than 2 years, and the moment they entered, they could see a white mist with a tinge of red. They knew that this was the chi of the ancestral hall. Of course, the Pei clan, not to mention Goldwater Island, had 1,000 mu of land around it. There were more than 10 clansmen in the vicinity, and it was only natural that they would have such an aura. However, there weren't many memorial tablet. There was only one in the middle, and it was marked as Pei Yuan Shen, the Minister of Literature. He was Pei Ziyun's father. Pei Qianshi took out some candles, paper money and wine. She poured the wine and placed it in front of him before burning the joss paper. Smoke swirled around the room as Pei Qianshi said, "Husband, after you've been gone for so many years, Pei has grown up and is now married. Pei has a bright future ahead of him, and the life he's leading now is something that I never would have imagined. It's time for you to rest in peace." As she spoke, she started to cry. Pei Ziyun, Pei Qianshi and Yi Suer kowtowed to the deity tablet and lit up the incense. They then took a few steps back and bowed again, marking the completion of the ceremony. Pei Ziyun thought for some time before saying, "I shall allocate another 100 taels of silver to the school." Third uncle thanked him profusely. Pei Ziyun smiled and nodded his head before walking out. He noticed that the sky was getting darker and darker, as though it was covered by clouds. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a cavalryman riding a horse towards the ancestral hall. When he reached the hall, he dismounted and bowed to Pei Ziyun. He then handed him a document and said, "Tao Master, the Imperial Envoy and the Governor are about to arrive. They're fast." Pei Ziyun picked up the document and looked at it. He then laughed and instructed, "Half of you, escort the old mistress and mistress back to the sect." "Yes, Tao Master." The leader of the bodyguards acknowledged. Pei Ziyun sighed and turned around to mount his horse. He then turned to Yisur and Pei Qianshi, "Mother, Sur, wait for me to return." "My son, just go ahead." Pei Qianshi looked at Pei Ziyun and said. Yisur's face was filled with longing and anticipation. "Husband, go ahead. Come back soon." Pei Ziyun turned around and sprinted off, with the rest of his bodyguards following behind him. He sprinted all the way to the village road and arrived at the river bank. His eyes lit up when he saw that the boat had already been prepared. A sharp-eyed soldier saw Pei Ziyun approaching and shouted out, "Old Master is here." Everyone hurriedly welcomed him. Pei Ziyun heard that the moment he got married, he had changed from a young master to an old master. He couldn't help but laugh to himself. He then waved his hands. "I told you to prepare. Have you finished?" A middle-aged man who was the captain of the boat hurriedly replied, "We've finished preparing. Old Master has treated us generously. He gave us land on Golden Island and even rewarded us with silver. We are extremely grateful. How would we dare not do our best?" Pei Ziyun laughed out and said, "Now that you've finished preparing, we shall set off immediately. We shall follow the waterway to the estuary and then head to the city's pier." "Yes," the captain replied loudly before the boat set off. Pei Ziyun turned back to look at Snail Village with a look of reluctance. He then sighed heavily. The entire journey was silent. After 10 days of sailing, they finally arrived at the city's pier. It was much easier to travel by boat than by land. When they arrived at the pier, they saw that although the war had only been over for a month, the sea trade was already open. Many boats were heading towards the pier. Pei Ziyun and his bodyguards disembarked from the boat. Someone then welcomed them and said, "Tao Master has come at the right time. We've received orders from the Imperial envoy to arrive today. What a coincidence! Pei Ziyun saw that a large number of officials were already waiting for him. Before long, someone reported, "The prefecture prince is here." Pei Ziyun then said, "Let us go welcome him as well." As he said this, he walked forward and saw Prefecture Prince Qing Shun and Count Zhong Qin alight from the carriage. A group of bodyguards surrounded them. Count Zhong Qin smiled and said, "So Dao Master has arrived. Since the Imperial envoy has arrived today, Dao Master's rewards should be here as well." "Dao Master Pei, you've finally arrived. I was a little worried. If I missed the Imperial envoy, it would be rude of me." Prefecture Prince Qing Shun's eyes lit up. Before he could finish speaking, a voice rang out from the front, "The Imperial envoy is here." This voice interrupted Prefecture Prince Qing Shun's speech. Everyone stopped talking and arranged themselves according to the order in which they looked out at the sea. They could see that the sea was clear and blue, with waves crashing against the shore. Flocks of seagulls flew up and down, and they could vaguely see the Imperial envoy's boat. The Imperial envoy's boat was getting closer and closer to the shore. Count Zhong Qin gave an order, and the music started playing. When the boat reached the shore, the anchor was lowered and the bridge was built. The Imperial envoy and a middle-aged man came ashore, and 3 cannons were fired, causing the entire shore to shake. Even Prefecture Prince Qing Shun himself knelt down. At this point, the music stopped, and the entire shore was filled with a clear voice. "Your subjects and the officials of Ing Prefecture pay their respects to the Emperor. Pay your respects to the Emperor." The eunuch spoke solemnly as he walked to the incense table, "Receive the imperial edict." The middle-aged man looked gentle and refined, with a sharp look in his eyes. He turned around and knelt down as well. Everyone knelt down and shouted, "Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! By the will of the heavens, the Emperor's imperial edict." The eunuch read out loud, "Ever since I became the Emperor, I have brought peace and prosperity to the people. I thought that all the officials under the heavens would be grateful to me. Who would have thought that there would be traitors plotting a rebellion and causing chaos in Ing Prefecture? Fortunately, Prefecture Prince Qing Shun led his troops to quell the rebellion. With the help of Reverend Qi Ning and Count Zhong Qin, we were able to quell the rebellion. Today we shall be punished. How can we be stingy with our rewards?" At this point, the eunuch swallowed his saliva and continued reading. The middle-aged man, Li Jin, was appointed as the governor of Ing Prefecture. Immediately after that, he announced the promotions of all the lower and middle-ranking officials. He announced all of them at once, except for Prince Qing Shun, Pei Ziyun and Count Zhong Qin. He did not announce the rewards immediately. He then said, "Prince Qing Shun, Dao Master Qi Ning, Count Zhong Qin, Chen Yong, Meng Yao and the others are to report back to the capital immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, the eunuch smiled. "Your Highness, Reverend Qi Ning, Count Zhong Qin and General Chen, the Emperor has issued an imperial edict for all of you to head back to the capital as soon as possible. Your subject obeys the imperial edict." The few of them kowtowed deeply. As soon as they agreed, Pei Ziyun felt his body relax. Although he wasn't very close to it, he had been following him all this while. Suddenly, he felt a sense of loss. Even with Pei Ziyun's temperament, he still felt a sense of loss. If the Emperor can give, then naturally he can take. Pei Ziyun thought to himself. Everyone else had their own thoughts as well. According to the imperial edict, Pei Ziyun was second only to the prefecture prince. Count Zhong Qin was next, and Chen Yong was next. Li Jin, who had just been appointed as the governor, looked at Pei Ziyun deeply. Pei Ziyun had a feeling as he looked at him. When their eyes met, Li Jin turned his head away. The eunuch smiled. "Your Highness, Count Zhong Qin, Reverend Qi Ning, generals, there's a banquet on the ship. Please board and enjoy. His Majesty has summoned us urgently, and this servant did not dare to delay. This is the only thing I can do." Hearing this, Royal Prince Chingshun nodded his head and said, "Yes, Zhenren boy generals, please, we will eat on the boat." Although Prefecture Prince Chingshun was young, he had the demeanor of a prince. Pei Ziyun did not mind and replied, "Of course, your highness, please." The few of them followed the eunuchs, and the generals who had been named also followed. The imperial envoy's ship was very big. They walked along the clean deck and entered the main hall. A banquet had already been prepared, the maids were respectfully waiting, and not far away, the stage had already been set up. Play. Backup dancers. Set sail. When it was time for the banquet, the eunuchs gave the order, the dancers came forward to dance, the maids served the wine, the imperial envoy's ship also immediately set off. The ship shook slightly, the big sail was raised. "Why are you in such a hurry?" Pei Ziyun sat down and saw that the entire place was decorated with wooden planks. There were fans and pillars carved with stories. Someone was pouring wine for him, but he was not in the mood to look at it. He thought to himself, "Oh yes, it's the 7th month now. In my previous life, the emperor had passed away in the 11th month. His body is probably dying now. No wonder he's in such a rush." The eunuchs seemed to know how to act. After a few rounds of drinking, everyone was getting tipsy and relaxed. "The emperor is still worried, and this isn't the time for us to be happy." The eunuch smiled as he handed the booklet over to Prefecture Prince Chingshun. "This is the latest intelligence report, Your Highness." Prefecture Prince Chingshun frowned as he opened the booklet. He took a look and remained silent. He then handed it over to Pei Ziyun, Dao Master. Pei Ziyun took the booklet and read it carefully. His face was solemn. So King Lu's army attacked. A commander attacked and was defeated. The commander himself died in battle, and Chonglin County fell. Xie Qingdong and King Lu really have some skills. They even had a banner to lead them to victory. Indeed, they were the emperors of my previous life. How lucky! Pei Ziyun thought to himself as he continued reading. 4,000 captives. King Lu used the Crown Prince's rebellion to imprison his father and reorganize them into the army. They then charged into the capital city, purged the emperor, and rescued the emperor. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Pei Ziyun didn't speak. He maintained a solemn expression as he handed the booklet over to Count Zhongqin. "Count, take a look." Count Zhongqin received the booklet and started reading it. Prefecture Prince Chingshun had a look of anticipation on his face as he looked at Pei Ziyun. "Dao Master, after reading this, what do you think? The battlefield is ever-changing. If we don't fight, we can't say for sure." Pei Ziyun's expression was unreadable as he raised his cup and downed the wine. Although the banquet was being held on the ship, the taste wasn't bad. Prefecture Prince Chingshun was filled with hope. Seeing that Pei Ziyun wasn't commenting, he frowned. Chapter 342. Capital City. It was dusk, and the streets were bustling with people. The shops and restaurants along the way were all lit up, and looked bright and colorful. Both sides of the streets were filled with dumplings, pancakes and steamed buns. The 100 Flowers Tower stood tall on the north side of the street, with vermilion pillars and green stairs facing the street, with lanterns hanging on them. 30 to 40 guests were sitting in the hall downstairs, gathered in 2s and 3s, drinking until their faces were red. Renwei was dressed in plain clothes as he watched from the window on the 3rd floor. He seemed to have a lot on his mind. Beside him was a scholar dressed in a white robe. He looked to be around 30 years of age. Renwei turned around. "Zhou Ziyuan, do you understand what I've instructed you to do?" Zhou Ziyuan replied, "Mr. Ren, since you've forked out 100 taels of silver, I will make sure that you do a good job." "All right, I'll see how you arrange it." Renwei laughed. Zhou Ziyuan didn't speak much as he clasped his hands in salute and walked down the stairs. He didn't go to the main hall, but waited at the 2nd floor. Someone walked up the stairs and saw that it was a private room. The floor was clean, and there was a table in the corner. There were brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone. There were already people seated. There were more than 10 of them, and they were in groups of 3 to 5. They were reciting poems and writing songs, and discussing various topics. Zhou Ziyuan walked out to welcome him. "Brother Li, you're here? Please." Scholar Li was a middle-aged man. He nodded his head. "I'm late, please forgive me." Before he could finish, he heard someone inside say, "Have you heard? King Lu is attacking the capital city, and has lost yet another city." Hearing this, Zhou Ziyuan's face froze as he sighed. "Brother Li, the world has only been peaceful for a few years, and now there's chaos. Please join us for a small banquet. Please." This was a small banquet for scholars. It wasn't a big banquet, but everyone who was present was a famous scholar, and had a certain amount of influence in the city. Scholar Li had just reached the second floor when someone shouted, "Li Xing is here." "Greetings, Brother Chen." Zhou Ziyuan sat down and looked around. Seeing that everyone had arrived, he then said, "Everyone is here. Let's start the banquet." "Great, great." Someone tapped the table with his fan. Zhou Ziyuan shouted, "Waiter, serve the dishes, and also a jar of jade jardu." Jade jardu was one of the best wines in the capital. Hearing this, the waiter hurriedly agreed. In just a moment, all the dishes were served. When scholars drank wine, they naturally had to make some literati. What they offered was the Lu Shao medallion. This was a type of wine medallion. There were 48 wine chips, divided into red chips and green chips. The top of the red chip was convex and painted red. The top of the green chip was concave and painted green. The red chip was engraved with the words, "Drink someone's wine," which was to pour wine for someone at the table, and correspondingly matched it with an ancient poem. The green chip was engraved with the words, "How to drink wine, and what to do next." "Let me do it." Someone hurried over and drew a stick. He read, "Left seat, drink on my behalf." "Haha, Brother Shin, you're on my side. Quick, have a drink." Everyone started cheering as the sound of wine being poured could be heard. This person gulped down the wine in one gulp. He then breathed in the smell of alcohol as he drew a stick. He then said, "Drink to the left seat." "Quick, first seat Brother Zhou, come and draw a stick." Zhou Ziyuan had no choice but to draw a green chip from the pot. He looked at it and laughed. "Pass the bamboo section 3 times. Those who don't pass the bamboo section will have to drink a cup." The sounds of wine being poured, the sounds of people drinking and laughter could be heard. Before long, everyone was drunk. Zhou Ziyuan swept a glance around and sighed. "Fellow brothers, the world has been in chaos recently. The emperor has fallen ill, and the crown prince is in charge of the country. First, there was the chaos in Ning Prefecture, and now, there's King Lu's rebellion. As scholars, how can we stand by and watch? Although we live among the commoners, we should do our best for the imperial court, and think for the commoners. Now is the time for us to offer advice and advice." This was a small banquet for scholars. Naturally, they were discussing the most important matters in the world. Hearing these words, everyone agreed, "Brother Zhou is right. As scholars, how can we stand by and watch?" Speaking of the chaos in Ning Prefecture, someone else said, "Although Pei Ziyun has done little, he's a Taoist. If he were to be given a title and given the title of a duke, it would be considered a Taoist who is interfering with politics." "Yes, that's right. A Taoist isn't an official of the imperial court. How can he interfere with politics?" All the scholars agreed. Their faces were filled with anger. Although this person was a high scholar, he had become a Taoist, which meant that he had betrayed the world. How despicable! Those who were jealous of Pei Ziyun spoke up. The Taoists of the Qing dynasty, Chang Jinzi and Yuan Huanzi, didn't have any merits, but instead caused a huge disaster. They caused internal strife, and even caused the death of Emperor Qing Jing. It's obvious that these Taoists, even if they had some merits, would cause a huge disaster. Zhou Ziyuan looked over, and saw that the person who spoke was a high scholar who was on the same level as him. His name was Zhu Xiefeng, and he had a rather extreme temperament. At this point, he was speaking out loudly, causing the entire crowd to respond. We have been studying the books of the sages. Strange powers have caused chaos in the world. How can we allow outsiders to run rampant? Everyone, now that King Lu is in chaos, we cannot allow Pei Ziyun to be in charge of the military affairs. Could it be that we, the great Su dynasty, can't find a good official to use? Why must we allow a Taoist to be above the rest of the officials? This is a disgrace to the imperial court. I'm prepared to report to the imperial court, and demand that these Taoists be punished. When someone who was slightly older heard this, he laughed. Brother Zhu, this Taoist hasn't done anything evil yet, and I've heard that the crown prince admires him. I'm afraid it won't be easy to get rid of him. It's because the crown prince admires him. That's why he wants to get rid of him. If the crown prince were to ascend the throne, wouldn't this demonic Taoist rise to power? Zhu Xiefeng seemed to be filled with hatred towards Pei Ziyun as he raised his arms and shouted. It's difficult. King Lu has led his troops to attack the capital city, and Pei Ziyun has won the war in Ying Prefecture. Even if we don't reward him for his merits, we still have to be prepared for the worst. Even the imperial court has to protect him. It's impossible to punish him openly. Another scholar stood up and spoke. I feel that it's better to take down this demonic Taoist's reputation first, before planning to wipe him out. We have to take things step by step. That's right. Someone else spoke out. Count Zhongqin was born a scholar, and was well versed in the art of war. When the dynasty was founded, he had been sworn by the emperor, and had contributed many strategies to the emperor. He had been through many battles and had many merit. I think that this victory in Ying Prefecture was all because of Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun is just a top scorer in Ying Prefecture, and has never gone to war before. He's not even 20 years old. How could he have commanded the entire army and still managed to achieve victory? This person swept his gaze across the crowd and voiced out his suspicions. He paused before speaking out. I've heard that Pei Ziyun was once a guest of the Crown Prince's palace. I'm sure that the Crown Prince was the regent of the empire, and thus managed to hoodwink the Crown Prince and steal Count Zhongqin's credit. That's right, we must give Count Zhongqin justice. Someone's forehead was throbbing with veins popping out. He raised his arms and shouted out, as if he could not live under the same sky as Pei Ziyun. The atmosphere within the hall seemed to have reached a climax. Although Zhou Ziyuan was the one who started the conversation, when she heard the words of these scholars, she had the urge to leave. Scholars look down on each other. Isn't it because they're jealous of Pei Ziyun's talents? Although Zhou Ziyuan was thinking this way, she still said sternly, everyone is right. I have been taught by my master. The Tao sect is just a small faith and a small favor. It is not a great way to govern the world. That is why the saint has abandoned it. If a Taoist were to take control of the imperial court, even if he managed to gain some merit, it would be a disaster for generations to come. This isn't about a single person, but the rise and fall of us scholars. I can see that Count Zhongqin was able to pacify Ying Prefecture. He should be able to pacify the north as well. We should support Count Zhongqin, and not let a Taoist take control of the imperial court. That's right, we must not let a Taoist cause chaos in the imperial court. These scholars had drunk some wine, and when they heard these words, they felt that every single one of them spoke out loud. One of them spoke out, I have a clan brother, Zhu Qing, who is currently working at the imperial censor. We can submit a petition. My father has a disciple named Li Ji, who is currently working at the Ministry of Rights. We can submit a petition. That's right, I know quite a few scholars as well. We can submit a petition together. The scholars were filled with joy as they started to link up. One of them then shouted out, we are all righteous scholars, and will definitely be able to restore order. Come, cheers. Everyone raised their cups and downed their cup. When they were all drunk, everyone started to leave. Li Shuxing and Zhou Ziyuan were the last to leave. Li Shuxing smiled and said, "Brother Zhou's expression has been different lately. Looks like you've had a stroke of good fortune. Brother Li is indeed intelligent. But this time, you're wrong." Zhou Ziyuan waved his hands. "Brother Li, shall I send you off?" "No need, I'll go back myself." Zhou Ziyuan sent everyone off, and returned after some time. Ren Wei turned around and walked out from the next booth. "Who's this Li Shuxing?" Zhou Ziyuan picked up a cup of tea from the table and took a sip. "He's Li Siwan, an old high scholar. He's been living in the capital city for 5 years now, and has quite a reputation. However, he's a very cautious person. Although he can guess that we're spreading rumors, he wouldn't dare to act rashly." "Oh yes, what do you think of my job?" Zhou Ziyuan asked curiously. Why did top scorer Pei do such a thing? When Ren Wei heard this, he laughed and said, "You've done a good job. This is for you." As he said this, he handed over 100 taels of silver. Seeing Zhou Ziyuan accept it, Ren Wei sighed and said, "Why? Actually, you've seen it for yourself." Top scorer Pei was 17 years old when he became a high scholar. All the scholars in the world were envious and jealous of him. Furthermore, his poems were renowned throughout the world. Although they had no choice but to submit to him, how many of them were secretly gritting their teeth? He even led an army to quell a rebellion and achieved great things at the tender age of 20. Even if you're Zhou Ziyuan, don't you secretly hate him? Zhou Ziyuan paused before laughing out. "Brother Ren is really interesting. I started studying at 7, became an elementary scholar at 15, and a high scholar at 21. Even now I'm 30, and still have no chance of becoming a high scholar. I'm stuck in the capital city, and only eat vegetables and tofu. Whenever I think of someone who's not even 20 years old, and has such a meteoric rise, I hate him so much that I can't sleep." As he finished speaking, both of them burst out laughing. Ren Wei then spoke out in a serious tone. "Conferring a reward is a grand ceremony of the imperial court. However, we have to consider the hearts of the people as well. Look at how he exploded just now. What a fearful man's words. My young master had no choice but to sully his own reputation." Zhou Ziyuan laughed. "That's human nature. This has happened in every dynasty. That's why I didn't hesitate to take this silver. If it were anything else, I wouldn't dare to interfere." As he finished speaking, Zhou Ziyuan patted Ren Wei on the shoulder and didn't speak further. He then walked out of the room. Looking at his shadow, Ren Wei couldn't help but be taken aback. This was like pushing a boat along with the current. Using only a little bit of strength, he managed to get the officials to board the boat. Without making a sound, the entire world changed. No matter how strong Count Zhongqin was, he wasn't far from death. If he didn't expose him, who would know that he was trying to kill Count Zhongqin? Even if someone saw through it like Zhou Ziyuan did, they would only think that he was trying to protect himself. He then sighed, "Such power, it's almost like the Tao." Chapter 343. Grand Princess Mansion. There was a birdcage hanging in the courtyard, and a parrot was jumping around within it. The Grand Princess was holding on to some bird food as she teased the parrot. "Does it taste good?" "Delicious, delicious. It's too delicious." The parrot spoke happily, causing the Grand Princess to laugh. Although she was laughing, her face was filled with worry. She then called for an old maid. "How's the Canton Princess's meal?" The old maid saw the Grand Princess's expression and whispered, "The Canton Princess hasn't been eating well recently. She only eats 1 or 2 bowls of rice, and most of it is vegetables. She doesn't eat meat and has gotten skinnier." The Grand Princess asked, "What about before?" "She was better in the past, and even invited an imperial physician over. The physician said that she wasn't ill, just depressed." Before the old maid finished speaking, a female official rushed up to her. The Grand Princess waved her hands. I understand. At this point, the female official bowed. Grand Princess, Your Highness, someone from the imperial court has accused Dao Master Pei of recommending Count Zhongqin. Hearing these words, the Grand Princess was distracted. Who submitted the memorial? The female official stepped forward and handed a copy of the memorial. It's Li Ji, Zhu Qing, and Chen Ji Huang. They said that a person cannot be appointed as a marshal. They even recommended Count Zhongqin to be the marshal. AI. The Grand Princess's interest was piqued as she received the memorial. She looked at the appendix and asked, Why is there such a rumor in Shilin? Have you found out? I've found out. It's because the imperial court was discussing how to reward Yingzhou's officials. This was a public matter. When the officials and scholars heard about it, they felt that Taoists were disobeying the laws of the imperial court. Furthermore, there were many bad historical precedents. Hence, this rumor started. Hearing this, the Grand Princess frowned. Is that so? According to the appendix, this sudden rumor was that the officials and scholars hated Taoists. Hence, the Ministry of Rites couldn't keep it a secret. It was normal for such a situation to occur. However, she felt that something was amiss. It feels familiar. Delicious, delicious. The parrot chirped loudly. The Grand Princess turned around and asked, Where's the Imperial Envoy's ship? It's still on its way. It'll take another 10 days to reach the capital. The Grand Princess pondered for a while before saying, Inform me once we've arrived. Yes. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. The sun was shining brightly, scorching the deck. Green mountains and clear waters passed by on both sides of the river, but the mountains were gradually becoming shorter. Large fields appeared along the shore. On the ship, Prince Qingshun, Count Zhongqin and several generals looked relaxed as they chatted idly. Taoist Pei still hasn't come out today? County Prince Qingshun asked. Chen Yong poured a cup of tea and smiled. Your Highness, I believe Dao Master Pei is having morning lessons. The cabin was very dark. There were candles in the room, but they were not lit. Pei Ziyun sat on the couch as a sliver of sunlight shone through the blinds, bringing with it the scent of the sea. System. A plum blossom appeared in front of him and quickly enlarged, turning into a translucent information interface. It floated in front of him with a faint sense of light, and data appeared in front of him. Master. Level 8 102. 1%. Master Materialization, Ascension, Night Roaming, Removal of Records and Immortality. Once you reach the 5th level, the reputation gained from the novel will start to diminish. At the 8th and 9th level, I feel like even Calm the Chaos reputation isn't enough. Before I reached the 8th level, I had an excess of 88%. But after Calm the Chaos spread, it took me almost a month to reach the 9th level. The translucent plum blossom remained motionless between Pei Ziyun's eyebrows. Boom! The plum blossom expanded in size and enveloped his entire body. Spiritual energy flowed into his body, and he felt a sense of perfection. As the spiritual energy continued to flow into his body, the feeling grew stronger and stronger. Rays of light started to seep out from his body, and even started to solidify. Pei Ziyun was shocked. He noticed that his entire body was enveloped by a halo of light. The halo wasn't very clear, and seemed to exist at the same time. We've reached Chongping Crossing. We're only 20 miles away from the capital city. Someone shouted out. Pei Ziyun was shocked as he opened his eyes and stood up. It's done. Indeed, I've reached the 9th level of Master. My Master is nearing completion. I can feel that many of my Dao arts have been strengthened. Master. Level 9 to 1%. Sword Techniques. Master 37. 3%. Dao Arts Principles. Advanced 67. 8%. Dao Arts. 79 Varieties. Advanced 43. 3%. Stars Transposition. Level 3 55. 2%. Cloud wind form, level 3, 1. 2%. Pei Ziyun looked at it carefully and noticed that there were improvements. However, the improvements were slow. He sighed. Only the Tao Arts principles and Tao Arts have improved significantly. Especially the Tao Art. I've increased from 43 to 79 varieties. This is the result of obtaining the memories of the Demon Clan. Demon Clan? Why haven't I heard of them in my previous life? Pei Ziyun thought to himself, as a shadow started to form in his heart. At this point, the boat shook as it reached the shore. At this point, a eunuch stepped forward. He was around 50 years old and had a stern expression. When he saw the imperial envoy, Prefecture Prince Qing Shun, Count Zhongqin and Pei Ziyun disembarked from the boat, he welcomed them. Your Highness, Count, Tao Master, Generals, the Emperor has summoned all of you. Hurry up and prepare to meet him. The eunuch's forehead was filled with perspiration, and his face was slightly red. It was obvious that he had been waiting for a long time. Count Zhongqin revealed a smile. Prefecture Prince Qing Shun then spoke to the eunuch, lead the way. The horse carriages have been prepared, Your Highness, please. The eunuch spoke as he led the way. Not far away, several horse carriages were already prepared. Pei Ziyun followed behind, thinking to himself, so fast? Prefecture Prince Qing Shun was in one carriage, Pei Ziyun and Count Zhongqin were in another, and the three generals were in another carriage. Pei Ziyun climbed onto the carriage and opened the curtains. From afar, Ren Wei was standing by the side of the road. He gestured to Pei Ziyun, indicating that everything had gone smoothly. Seeing that everything had been arranged, Pei Ziyun couldn't help but smile. At this point, Count Zhongqin asked, What are you smiling about, Tao Master? Pei Ziyun closed the curtains and replied, I saw the citizens of the city lining the streets to welcome us. They are living a peaceful life, and that's why I'm smiling. Pei Ziyun spoke casually. When Count Zhongqin heard this, he nodded his head. Tao Master, you are indeed compassionate. As soon as he finished speaking, there was silence. Both of them did not speak for a long time, as they arrived at the imperial city. The eunuch led them into the imperial city. Along the way, there were many halls and corridors. Every 5 steps, there would be an imperial guard with a blade in his hand. As soon as Pei Ziyun entered, his heart skipped a beat. Free Cloud Sex Paradise is completely isolated, but the immortal Tao Dragon Vein's spiritual energy is still present. When they entered the inner palace, they could not even sense the immortal Tao Dragon Vein's spiritual energy. This place was extremely tight. Actually, when they reached the inner palace, there were much fewer imperial guards. The eunuchs escorted them along the way. Flowers and trees covered the sky, and it was extremely quiet. When they arrived at a corner, they saw a palace. In the west wing, smoke rose up from the decoction, and a strong medicinal aroma filled the air. Pei Ziyun could not help but frown. He then saw a few doctors discussing in hushed tones as they wrote down a prescription. Along the corridor, there were several eunuchs standing around. They did not speak to each other. As soon as they entered, they saw that there was a small chair and a tea table in front of the screen. The crown prince was outside dealing with official matters. The both of them looked at each other, but did not speak. The entire hall was filled with the sound of footsteps, as well as the rustling of clothes. Not a single sound could be heard. Pei Ziyun sighed. Even an emperor would have such a day. As soon as he thought of this, he led them further in. Someone in front of the screen whispered, Do not make any noise. As soon as they entered, they saw several people bowing to them. The emperor then spoke, Everyone, please rise. Prefecture Prince Qing Shun was at the front. When he heard that his father was excused from the formalities, he stepped forward to report to the emperor. The emperor leaned against the bed and saw that Prefecture Prince Qing Shun was about to speak. He waved his hands, causing Prefecture Prince Qing Shun to stop in his track. Cough cough, the emperor coughed once more, knowing that his energy was limited. He then looked at Pei Ziyun. Minister Pei, when the Crown Prince recommended you, I had my suspicions. Indeed, you did not disappoint me. You have done me a great favor, which is very gratifying. When Pei Ziyun heard the Emperor's compliments, he bowed. Ji Bei Ho did not recognize the might of the heavens, and did not know the will of the heavens. He was defeated and died. This is the Emperor's blessing. This humble subject merely borrowed the might of the heavens. When the Crown Prince heard these words, he relaxed a little and thought to himself, these words are true. Father can only listen to these words now. The Emperor smiled and asked, Minister Pei, King Lu has started a rebellion against the Emperor. What do you think of this? Hearing these words, Pei Ziyun's heart sank. The Emperor was so direct and straightforward, it seemed like he had no more energy left. Pei Ziyun paused for some time before speaking. Your Majesty, King Lu was bewitched by someone. This person was from Dark Altar Sect. Dark Altar Sect is extremely ambitious, and has planted spies all over the continents. This humble subject has been persecuted by them many times. They are the biggest cancer on the Taoist sect and the imperial court. Your Majesty, before I came, I've written a report on the spies that Dark Altar Sect has planted throughout the continents. As he spoke, he handed the report over to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince then took it and handed it over. The imperial court's encirclement was not successful. In truth, these people were the ones who were secretly helping the imperial court. This subject is willing to help the imperial court get rid of them. The Emperor received the report and scanned through it. Pei Ziyun stood there with his hands by his side. This was a combination of information from his previous life and some fabricated information. However, even the Emperor wouldn't be able to tell. Count Zhongqin was startled as he clenched his fists tightly. If Pei Ziyun didn't do anything, then it meant that he had a grudge against the imperial court and was willing to help the imperial court get rid of the spies. That would be the right attitude. Damn it, why can't I find any loopholes in this? Prefecture Prince Qing Shun stole a glance and saw that the Emperor's face was extremely gloomy. He then placed the report aside and said, I understand. The Emperor waved his hands. I'm tired today. We shall discuss this another day. All of you may leave. Long live your Majesty. Everyone knelt down before the eunuch led them out of the palace. Ai, it's raining? Once they were out of the imperial palace, Pei Ziyun felt his entire body relax. He politely declined Prefecture Prince Qing Shun's offer to send him off. Ren Wei, who was standing guard outside the imperial palace, drove an ox cart forward. The coachman shouted as the carriage started moving. Pedestrians could be seen dodging the rain as the hooves of the oxen clattered against the ground. The sound of raindrops hitting the tarpaulin could be heard. After half a street, Ren Wei asked, Young master, how is it? Seeing that there was no one else on the road, Pei Ziyun laughed. It's about 60 to 70% done. Actually, even if I'm willing, the Emperor might not be willing to let me lead the troops. Quelling the rebellion in Ying Prefecture only required a few tens of thousands of men. Quelling King Lu wasn't a matter of tens of thousands, but hundreds of thousands. I can't be the commander-in-chief. It's most likely to be the deputy general. But why should I be the deputy general? Pei Ziyun looked at the raindrops falling from the sky. His expression was calm. Once I'm under Count Zhongqin's control, he would have an excuse to kill me. Now, it's almost certain that Count Zhongqin will be the commander-in-chief. Pei Ziyun thought to himself as a cold smile appeared on his face. Chapter 344. Pitter-patter pattered as the rain pelted down onto the street. There were no pedestrians on the street. An ox cart was parked under the eaves of an official's residence. A woman with makeup was seated within the cart, her face was filled with worry. It was the Grand Princess. An imperial guard who was also the driver of the ox cart looked out from time to time. Dao Master Pei's carriage is here. The Grand Princess then said, Go and invite Tao Master Pei over. Yes. The Imperial Guard heard this and walked towards Pei Ziyun's ox cart. Young master, the rain came too suddenly. Outside the carriage, Ren Wei was wearing a raincoat as he drove the ox cart. The sound of the rain hitting the stone floor was crisp and clear. You're prepared. Pei Ziyun looked at Ren Wei and said, It's not that I'm prepared. It's just that no matter what the weather is, an ox cart always carries a raincoat. Especially in summer, nobody knows when the rain will come. As Ren Wei spoke, someone blocked the way. He was so frightened that he shouted for the ox cart to stop. Luckily, the ox cart was docile and stopped. He then shouted, Who are you? Why are you blocking the way? The warrior who blocked the way then said, Mr. Ren, is this Tao Master Pei's carriage? The Grand Princess requests your presence. The rain was heavy, but he could hear that it was the Grand Princess. Pei Ziyun opened his eyes and saw Ren Wei pull the curtain aside and asked, Young master, it's the Grand Princess. All right, I know. Let's go. Pei Ziyun said as the ox cart reached the eaves of the official's residence. He then got off the ox cart and saw the Grand Princess. The Grand Princess looked haggard, her eyes were filled with worry and anger, as well as disappointment. Seeing Pei Ziyun get on the ox cart, she then ordered, Return to the mansion. The ox cart started moving, as the incense within the carriage started to rise. The two of them did not speak. The Grand Princess looked out the window as the rain hit the stone floor, splashing water everywhere. It sounded like a melody. After some time, the Grand Princess then turned around, tears welling up in her eyes. Thousand Leaf is sick. Hearing these words, Pei Ziyun's heart sank as though he was in pain. He hesitated before asking softly, What illness? Have you seen a doctor? Hearing Pei Ziyun's words, the Grand Princess turned around and glared at him. You'll know once you see it. Why bother asking? Don't tell me that Qianye is sick, and you don't even want to take a look? Pei Ziyun did not speak, he just sighed. The rain outside was getting heavier. When he reached the Grand Princess's mansion, someone immediately came to welcome him with an umbrella. He walked up the stairs and along the walkway. Inside the mansion, not a single drop of rain could be seen. He walked all the way to the small building and was welcomed by several serving ladies. They didn't say a word and bowed to him. The Grand Princess then turned around and spoke to Pei Ziyun. Go in, Thousand Leaf is inside. As he spoke, his eyes reddened. Pei Ziyun didn't know why, but he was a little nervous and hesitated. The Grand Princess was infuriated. Qianye is in such a state and you don't want to see her anymore? Then why did you provoke her back then? As she spoke, tears flowed down her cheeks. The nannies and maids beside her were all silent. Pei Ziyun did not speak as he entered the building. There was another serving lady standing in the walkway, her eyes were red. When she saw Pei Ziyun, she bowed. Tao Master, the Canton Princess is resting. Please follow me. When he entered the building, Pei Ziyun's heart sank. The Canton Princess was lying on the bed with a blanket covering her. Her cheeks were sunken in, and her hair was yellow. She was as skinny as a stick and looked as cute as ever. It was almost as if it was the night of the Lantern Festival. She was still jumping up and down beside him. Brother Pei, my name is Qianye. Brother Pei, don't call me Canton Princess from now on. Just call me Qianye. Brother Pei, I'm so happy that you accompanied me to watch the Lantern Festival. I wish time would stay here forever. As he thought of this, Pei Ziyun's eyes turned red as well. The room was filled with the smell of medicine. He stretched out his hand and caressed the Canton Princess's cheek. The Canton Princess seemed to sense something as she called out softly, Brother Pei. Her voice was soft, and he had to lean in to hear her clearly. Pei Ziyun then replied, I know I'm here. Brother Pei, I really like you. Why don't you want me? She mumbled to herself in her dreams. Pei Ziyun's heart ached for some time before he sighed heavily and left the room. When he reached the corridor outside, the serving maid started sobbing. The doctor said that the Canton princess is suffering from a mental illness. Her body isn't really ill, but she doesn't want to eat or drink. Sometimes she would play the zither, and sometimes she would smile at the paintings. She's getting thinner and thinner. As the serving maid spoke, she started sobbing softly. At this point, the Grand Princess walked up to Pei Ziyun. Her eyes were red and swollen. She looked at Pei Ziyun for some time before waving her hands. "You may leave." The serving maid and Granny left the room without saying a word. The Grand Princess looked at the unconscious Canton princess in the room before walking further into the corridor. Pei Ziyun followed her. On both sides of the corridor was a small garden. Raindrops fell on the roof and onto the green stone floor. The Grand Princess did not turn back. She walked to a corner and looked at a pond. All of a sudden, she said, "Have you heard about the affair between me and Prince Consort Mei?" Hearing this, Pei Ziyun was slightly surprised. He nodded his head. "I've heard a little about it." Prince Consort Mei was from a scholarly family, and owned 200 mu of land. He was a high scholar of the previous dynasty, and was well versed in history and history. He was a strategist, and was skilled in archery and horses. Back then, many people respected him. After that, he joined the emperor's camp. He provided disaster relief, guarded the city, and governed the country. His orders were strict, and he won the Grand Princess's heart. The couple got along well. However, good times did not last long. Not long after the founding of the country, he died a mysterious death. He drowned in a river. The emperor conferred him the title of Count Feng. Thinking about this, the Grand Princess's eyes turned red. She stretched out her hands to catch the rain. She was almost 40 years old, and her hands were as straight as a spring onion. The raindrops hit her palms and splashed water everywhere. Prince Consort Mei had no sons, and only had a daughter. "Qianye was the apple of my eye. Your talent is even higher than Prince Consort Mei's. That year, when you took the top scorer examination, I ordered someone to take a look at it. Indeed, every word was a gem. Even my brother said that this was the top scorer examination. You don't envy riches and riches. Although I felt that it was a pity to cultivate the Tao for your father, I also felt that it was a sign of filial piety. Your poems and writings have spread far and wide. You've been famous for a while, and no one can match up to you. In the future, your name will be known throughout the world. I'm happy for you. As for your quelling the bandits, you opened up the borders and led the troops to quell the rebellion. In the blink of an eye, everything was settled. Just like what Count Zhongqin said, I've followed the emperor on his expeditions to the south and the north, and have seen many people. I've seen this man take care of the bandits, and he was flawless. Even if I were to replace him, how could I be as flawless as this man? To have such talent, it's truly shocking. Actually, when you rejected the marriage proposal, I wasn't angry at all. After all, a poor friend should not be forgotten, and a poor wife should not be married. You have such talent and integrity. What else can I say? I can only respect you even more. The Grand Princess spoke with melancholy. Her eyes were cold as she stared at the rain. After a long time, she said, "It's just that I didn't expect the little Canton princess to be so deeply in love. You're getting more and more haggard by the day. Although I've always admired you, and the imperial court has always relied on you, the little Canton princess is the flesh and blood of my heart. If anything were to happen to her, I would no longer be the Grand Princess, but a mother who has lost her only hope. What do you think I should do?" As the Grand Princess spoke, she looked at Pei Ziyun, her eyes filled with hatred. Pei Ziyun avoided her gaze and looked at the raindrops falling on the lotus leaves. He stood still and turned around. "Ai, what is love in this world? It makes people want to live and die for each other. Since ancient times, love doesn't last long. What have I done to deserve the little Canton princess's love? As a mother, if you blame me, I have nothing to say. I've let the little Canton princess down. Pei Ziyun laughed bitterly. Although he spoke calmly, when he thought of her pitiful face, his heart was filled with emotions. As he spoke up to this point, he swallowed hard. What is love in this world? It makes people want to live and die for each other. Since ancient times, love doesn't last long. You're really talented, but I don't want to hear all this. I just want to know how you're going to treat Qianye. If you divorce your wife and marry Qianye, I'll help you get the title of true sovereign. I'll even help you bear the pressure of the imperial court. If you're not willing, you might think that you're irreplaceable. If you think that way, you're wrong. The Grand Princess's voice was very soft, and sounded very clear and sinister. Even Pei Ziyun felt a chill down his spine. After some time, Pei Ziyun finally calmed himself down. He stared at the rain and said, I've already married a wife, and it's impossible for me to divorce her. However, the Grand Princess has 2,000 hectares of land, while the Canton Princess only has 800 hectares of land. My Golden Island has 5,000 hectares of land. These words came out of nowhere and were very harsh. The Grand Princess paused before she understood. She was enraged. How dare you? You want Qianye to be your concubine? When others said that you were extremely daring, I didn't believe them. But now I do. This matter concerned the dignity of the imperial family, and was impossible. The Grand Princess was truly enraged, and her words were laced with killing intent. He then replied plainly, It's impossible for me to marry the Canton Princess, but Qianye can. Furthermore, she's not a concubine. I'm a Taoist, and do not need to follow the rules. I'm just a wife. My wife loves me deeply, and I never expected Qianye to be so infatuated with me. I can't let her down. This is the only way. Grand Princess, Your Highness, rules are dead, people are alive. The Canton Princess loves me deeply, and I have no choice but to suggest this. You're saying that you want the Canton Princess to fake her death and marry you. The Grand Princess was an intelligent person, and understood what was going on. She was so angry that her entire body was trembling. She had never seen such a shameless person before. Just as she was about to explode in anger, she heard Pei Ziyun ask coldly, Grand Princess, have you read the immortal records? Like Shin Ziyuan? Why is it that Dark Altar sect is involved in the Crown Prince's rebellion, and yet the imperial court doesn't say anything? The Grand Princess was shocked as she looked at Pei Ziyun and sighed. Of course, it's not that the imperial court is afraid. Even if it's a paradise, the imperial court can break through it easily. It's just that an earth immortal has a physical body, and is able to suppress an entire area. He doesn't follow the imperial court's orders, and hasn't been killed. Pei Ziyun looked at the Grand Princess's ashen face. He then turned around and looked at the misty rain. A bird flew across the sky, killing insects before flying back to its nest. Pei Ziyun paused. Besides, around Dark Altar Mountain, the Earth Immortals are much more powerful. If they were to engage in guerrilla warfare, even 1,000 soldiers would find it hard to defend against them. In the immortal records, there's no mention of risking one's life to assassinate the emperor. Could it be that the imperial court doesn't want to destroy the Taoist sects? It's not that they don't want to, it's just that the price is too high. Before we destroy King Lu, we can't afford to lose all decorum. Pei Ziyun then turned around and spoke in a hoarse voice, with this person's help, King Lu will be like a tiger that has grown wings. I'm the Taoist who is the closest to becoming an earth immortal. As he spoke, he didn't wait for the Grand Princess to reply. Pei Ziyun bowed, Your subject shall take his leave. The pathway within the mansion was paved with green stones. Pei Ziyun stepped onto it and walked away slowly. He wasn't wearing a raincoat, but the raindrops that fell within 3 feet of him seemed to have hit a transparent barrier, as they fell onto the ground without getting wet at all. Seeing this, the Grand Princess's face fell. Chapter 345. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of drums could be heard, deep and penetrating. It reverberated throughout the battlefield and pierced through the hearts of the people. It was a sign that a massacre was about to begin. The army advanced on the battlefield, as the sky was covered with flags. The sky was dark, as dark clouds covered the sky, casting a huge shadow on the ground. The two armies were getting closer and closer. Ta, 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 ta. The armored soldiers stomped fiercely on the ground, causing dust to fly everywhere. They were filled with killing intent. 100 steps, 90 steps, 70 steps. As the two armies got closer, both sides could see the ferocious faces of their opponents. Some were fearful, some were fearful, some were determined, some were crazy. They were clad in armor and held spears in their hands. This was the battlefield, the graveyard of the brave and the cowardly. Nobody could escape. 10 steps. Kill! Without any further words, the two armies clashed against each other like a meat grinder. The soldiers brandished their blades and spears as they pierced forward. Nobody could retreat. The people behind them pushed forward. The moment the people in front fell, the people behind them would rush forward. Blood splattered all over their faces. Blades, spears, and corpses piled up on the ground. There were cries of death and screams. Most of them were the sounds of weapons slicing through throats and flesh. It was like fingernails scratching across a blackboard. Slowly, the lives of the people were swallowed up. When they were spat out, they had turned into a pile of minced meat. The battlefield was a meat grinder where all lives were lost. King Lu stood at a high vantage point as he watched the massacre unfold. The armored soldiers charged forward, unafraid of death. The battle had just begun, and they charged forward, stabbing and stabbing. There were people who fell, but there were others who took their place. This was a battle of willpower and strength, until all the enemies in front of them were dead. The moment the battle began, the vanguard troops had already gained the upper hand. As time passed, their advantage increased. Watching this, King Lu revealed a proud smile. Before long, the advantage was even greater. King Lu could hear someone speaking in his ear. "You can charge forward now. You are the chosen one. You will win." King Lu mumbled under his breath, "Why do I have such thoughts?" Without hesitation, he spoke to the deputy general beside him. "Prepare the cavalry to charge forward." Yes. The deputy general gave the order as he waved the flag. At the same time, the sound of the drums changed. The cavalry on both sides of King Lu, who had been waiting, charged forward. Giddy, giddy, giddy! Hundreds of cavalrymen flew out like a torrent of steel, bypassing the main army and preparing to attack the flanks. As King Lu's cavalrymen charged out, the flags of the imperial army were raised as well. Kill! No words were exchanged. Both sides clashed. Two streams of energy collided, and in an instant, dozens of people were turned into piles of lifeless flesh and blood. All of a sudden, one of the shadow cavalrymen charged forward with a gust of wind. With every step they took, a group of enemy soldiers were wiped out. In a short period of time, more than 10 people were killed. The cavalryman's morale was greatly boosted. With him as the center, they formed a long cone-shaped formation and pierced through the stalemate. King Lu could see clearly that this wasn't a fight to the death. Instead, he was able to maintain a certain distance between them and his troop. He was able to constantly adjust his tactics as he led his troops to attack left and right. His attacks were all aimed at the weakest points of the enemy's formation. The enemy's formation was initially orderly, but it wasn't without a price. Every time the formation was broken, some of the soldiers would fall. However, they would be replaced by more and more soldiers. Within moments, the imperial army was in a state of chaos. Although they were cavalrymen, they instinctively dodged the incoming attack. In this state of panic, the shadow cavalryman shouted out loud as he charged into the enemy's formation, tearing the imperial army into two. Kill! The general of the imperial army was a decisive man. He led his soldiers and charged forward, wanting to stop the shadow cavalrymen. The shadow cavalryman didn't hesitate at all. Within a few breaths of time, he had charged into the Imperial army. Wherever the shadow cavalryman went, he would be torn apart. The general of the Imperial army was injured as he cried out in pain. The shadow cavalryman didn't stop as he turned around and slashed at him. Pooh! A head flew into the air as fresh blood spurted out. The headless corpse fell to the ground. The shadow cavalryman then shouted out, "The one who killed the general is Commander Li Hengyuan. The one who killed the general is Commander Li Hengyuan." The surrounding cavalrymen shouted out, causing the Imperial army to be thrown into chaos. Li Hengyuan smiled evilly as he led his troops forward once more. Everywhere he went, the Imperial army collapsed like snow. Up on the stage, King Lu heard these words and laughed. To be able to kill a general, he must be a valiant general. But I remember that Li Hengyuan was a captain. Eunuch Liao laughed and said, "King Lu, have you forgotten? The last time Li Hengyuan broke through the city, he had done a great service. He's now a captain." Hearing Eunuch Liao's words, King Lu nodded his head and revealed a look of joy. "So that's how it is. This man is very brave. He can be promoted to the second rank." "Yes." Immediately, a secretary noted it down. Xie Qingdong watched as the Imperial army was defeated so quickly and smiled. This is the good fortune of King Lu. Since the start of the war, there have been many brave soldiers who have shown their worth. Now that the Imperial army has been defeated, our army will be able to attack them from the side and cause them to fall apart. Although he said this, Xie Qingdong's heart trembled. This wasn't the first time this had happened. Ever since the start of the war, there had been 7 or 8 people who had done so. It was only natural that there would be brave soldiers on the battlefield. But for them to do so quickly, it was terrifying. Could this be fate? Ha! When King Lu heard Xie Qingdong's praise, he laughed out, feeling extremely proud of himself. Eunuch Liao was filled with joy as well. King Lu is truly blessed. Even before he finished speaking, the Imperial army had already killed their way through the enemy's formation. The sound of horses galloping could be heard as they charged into the enemy's flank. Within a few breaths of time, the Imperial army had charged into the enemy's formation. Against the infantry, the Imperial army was invincible. Screams and cries could be heard as the Imperial army was torn apart. Kill! Feeling the Imperial army being shaken and thrown into chaos, the Imperial army's 6th battalion was thrown into chaos. Li Hengyuan wasn't satisfied as he continued to drive the enemy's infantry away. Kill the 6th battalion commander. At this point, another shout rang out. Someone from the Imperial army shouted, "Not good, not good. The Imperial army is charging towards the main army. The enemy is in chaos." King Lu sat on a high vantage point as he watched the Imperial army in chaos. He then ordered his personal cavalry, "Kill them all." Yes. Following this order, 500 of his personal cavalry charged out and shouted, "The Crown Prince has caused chaos and imprisoned my father. We are here to appease the Emperor. If you surrender, you will be spared from death." Anyone who wasn't convinced immediately charged forward. Wherever the Imperial army slashed, screams could be heard as blood and flesh flew everywhere. "If you don't surrender, kill. If you kneel down and surrender, you will be spared from death." At this point, the enemy's infantry had collapsed. When the Imperial army charged forward, some of them threw their weapons down and knelt down to surrender. The Imperial army was well trained. The moment they saw someone surrendering, they charged towards the person who didn't surrender. Finally, the Imperial army couldn't hold on any longer. Many of them knelt down and shouted, "We surrender! We surrender!" Gradually, more and more people surrendered as they threw their weapons down. It was like a rolling snowball. Behind him, one of the generals knelt down. "Your Excellency Gao, we've lost this battle." It's better for us to retreat for now and try to make a comeback. This. Gao Yunjia seemed to be a little hesitant. He looked at the battlefield and saw that the front line had been broken and could not be salvaged. However, the back line could still slowly retreat and preserve some strength. It was just that the sky was dark and the cold wind swept past, causing the flags nearby to jingle. He suddenly smiled and said slowly, "Actually, this battle is very unexpected. There's nothing wrong with the art of war. However, King Lu's army is braver than mine. That's strange. I'm the one who's leading the army. Why are these Lu's soldiers so brave and courageous? Could it be that the mandate of heaven is in Lu's hands?" Gao Yunjia's last sentence was a thought. Just as Gao Yunjia was pondering over this, the entire front line was crumbling. The soldiers were crying out as they tried to escape the battlefield. Some of them even knelt down and surrendered. This general was extremely anxious as he took a few steps forward. "Your Excellency Gao, now isn't the time to think about this. We can discuss this when we retreat to the county capital." Gao Yunjia nodded his head. "You're right." Just as he finished speaking, a blade flashed, and a head flew off his neck, causing a rain of blood to rain down. The head landed on the ground and rolled a few times, revealing a look of bewilderment and unwillingness. It was as if he didn't understand why the general would kill him. He then heard Gao Yunjia speak. "My army has already tried their best, and surrendered to King Lu." "Traitor!" The head's eyes widened in anger, but everything turned black and he didn't know what had happened. Gao Yunjia surrendered? Up on the stage, when King Lu heard this news, he was surprised and overjoyed. Although they had won the battle, the main army hadn't collapsed yet. They could still retreat. Why did he surrender? Just as he was puzzled, Eunuch Liao spoke out. Gao Yunjia was a general under the command of Marquis Dujiang, Fang Kuqin. Marquis Dujiang had his military power reduced, and even his title was reduced to that of an earl. Could this be the reason? But when he fought against my army, he didn't go easy on us. King Lu was still suspicious. King Lu, if my army couldn't defeat him, he naturally wouldn't surrender. If we did, it would prove King Lu's prowess. He might even submit to us, and be given the title of Earl. Besides, this general is part of the purge. Although it's not his turn yet, Marquis Dujiang, Fang Kuqin, has already fallen from power. He's not far from it. If we lose this battle, I'm afraid he'll be thrown into prison immediately. It's reasonable for him to have such thoughts. Xie Qingdong laughed. King Lu nodded his head and was about to speak when he saw several riders galloping towards them. It was Gao Yunjia and a few of his personal guards, begging to surrender. At this point, all his suspicions were gone as he welcomed them. Gao Yunjia dismounted from his horse and threw his sword down. He was about to beg for forgiveness when King Lu hurriedly held him up. "General has followed my emperor father, and is a veteran general of the dynasty. Now that my emperor father has been imprisoned, it's a blessing that you're willing to forsake the darkness for the light. Anyone who didn't know the truth would be touched." Gao Yunjia thought to himself, "Nonsense, I even received the emperor's edict yesterday." However, he couldn't say this out loud. He then kowtowed to King Lu and shouted out, "This humble general didn't know the truth, and was willing to serve the traitor who imprisoned my father. I've sinned. Now that I've seen King Lu, and have seen the truth, I shall serve King Lu with all my might." These words caused King Lu to laugh out loud. He wanted the general to surrender so straightforwardly. With general here, I have a higher chance of winning. At this point, a rider galloped over and shouted out, "General Han has already pacified Qin Prefecture. He's sent 20,000 troops to support King Lu. They'll be here in a few days." Chapter 346. When King Lu heard this, he laughed out loud. "Even the heavens are helping me." Xie Qingdong's heart skipped a beat. Although Qin Prefecture's governor and other important officials had been captured, and the fall of the Dragon Sealing Pass had left Qin Prefecture without a leader, Han Hongwu had only led 10,000 troops. In less than 2 months, he had easily conquered the entire prefecture. It was like the heavens were helping him. Xie Qingdong didn't say anything as he felt a chill run down his spine. He looked up and saw that it was raining heavily. On the battlefield, Gao Yunjia had surrendered, and the sounds of battle had died down. However, when he looked down, he could see that there was still a stream of blood. King Lu then gave the order, "These people are now my subordinates. Treat the wounded and let the medics take care of them. Boil some ginger soup for the soldiers to warm them up. Also, check the number of casualties. However, the main force of our army cannot stop. While the city is empty, we shall take it." Yes. Xie Qingdong listened silently as he opened his inner eye to look at King Lu. When he saw him, his heart trembled. He could see that King Lu's head was covered in a layer of green energy, and purple energy was hanging down from his head. That wasn't all. When Xie Qingdong looked over, he felt nauseous. He could smell the stench of blood. He then muttered, "Could it be that the blind Taoist was right? Does King Lu really have the will of the heavens?" At this point, Pei Ziyun regretted falling out with the blind Taoist. He then thought to himself, "I wonder where he is now?" Night fell, and a full moon rose up in the sky. The entire mountain was covered in silver, and it was a beautiful sight to behold. Several houses in the village had their lights on, as though they were stars in the sky. All of a sudden, a loud scream broke the silence of the night. The lights in the houses that were lit up seemed to have been frightened, and were extinguished. Woof, woof, woof. This scream was followed by the barking of dogs. In the midst of the panic, several birds flew out of the trees they were perched on. Within a cave, the interior of the cave was dark and damp. Stalactites hung from the ceiling of the cave, and water droplets dripped down from the ceiling. The blind Taoist was rolling on the ground, moaning in pain. No. The blind Taoist struggled in agony, as his hands clawed at his body. It was as though he was in agony. The blind Taoist's body was emitting a black aura, and a face seemed to be laughing within it. "I can't become one with you." The blind Taoist spoke in agony as he grabbed at his own hand, as though he couldn't control it at all. As soon as the blind Taoist finished speaking, his expression changed. His entire face revealed a mocking expression. "You and your master's master, haven't you always relied on the anchor to absorb energy from it? Now that the power is here, you just need to give up your consciousness and you will obtain unparalleled power. If I lose consciousness, will I still be me?" The blind Taoist continued to struggle. His voice was filled with a qi sound. "I am the source. Your consciousness now is merely a fake consciousness. Give up your consciousness and fuse with the source. You will become great too. Fuse with me and you can become an earthen immortal. No, you can even become a true immortal in the future. In fact, you might even become the ruler of this world. What are you resisting? Furthermore, you won't be able to resist. My thousands of clones are all working together. Look at King Lu. We shall turn the soldiers into warriors, and the warriors into rulers. These are our chess pieces. With them around, you won't be able to resist. Why not just surrender?" The voice was like the whispers of the devil, luring the blind Taoist into hell. Dong dong. The blind Taoist's body started to throb violently, as his entire body turned bright red. The black aura was slowly consuming his consciousness and soul. As the black aura surged upwards, the pain and struggle on his face disappeared. A smile appeared on his face. Following this smile, the blind Taoist's body stopped trembling and calmed down. His soul was only left with the last bit of light. At this point, the three-faced giant appeared and opened its mouth, swallowing the last bit of light. The blind Taoist revealed a satisfied smile. His posture was somewhat stiff as the black aura around his body started to rise. It was as though a silkworm was spinning a web. His entire body was wrapped up in a black cocoon, as the sound of his heart beating could be heard. Beat after beat, the sound continued to spread. This sound couldn't be heard by the human ear, as it spread far and wide. King Lu's camp. There were many people walking around the camp, and there were bonfires everywhere. "Ha ha, let's eat meat, let's eat meat." A bunch of soldiers were gathered in front of the bonfire, eating meat. Today was a great victory, and even the soldiers were given meat to eat. Within a tent in the camp, several newly promoted battalion commanders were drinking wine. "Commandant, you killed the Imperial Court's cavalry general and were promoted by 2 ranks. How enviable!" One of the battalion commanders raised his wine glass as he spoke to the commandant in front of him. Li Hingyuan laughed. "There will be plenty of opportunities like this in the future." Seeing that everyone had stopped drinking and were listening to him, he exhaled and said, "Everyone, don't be anxious. Think about it. His Majesty had just raised the army. At the beginning, he only had 20,000 soldiers. Now, there are more than 45,000 soldiers here. The more people there are, the more officials there will be. There will be plenty of positions waiting for us. Besides, fighting a war isn't about gaining experience. Whoever is good at fighting, who is willing to risk his life, will be able to rise up the ranks. Brother, I'm just making a move first. In the future, there will be plenty of opportunities for everyone." These words were spoken with sincerity. The battalion commanders present were all young, around 25 to 26 years old. They were at the prime of their lives and agreed, "Commandant is right. Come, cheers." All the battalion commanders raised their cup. Just as Li Hingyuan was about to speak, he heard a sound. His eyes turned red as he shook his head. "What sound is that?" As he spoke, the blood in his body started to boil. Roar! Li Hingyuan stood up and shouted. He then pulled out his sword and started dancing. Although his sword dance was crude, it had a certain charm to it. One of the battalion commanders was slightly tipsy. He was startled at first before he shouted out, "Good sword skills. No wonder Commandant Li could kill the cavalry general. But Commandant, you're drunk." Everyone laughed out. "Commandant Li is drunk." Not only that, there were more than 10 people in the camp who were all fired up. They started shouting out loud. Their voices were like the howls of wolves, filled with joy. Capital city, Pei Mansion. This courtyard wasn't considered big, but it had a long history behind it. There was a tree in the middle of the courtyard. Its branches and leaves were luxuriant. It was dark and gloomy. When one sat here in the summer, the wind would blow gently, and there wouldn't be any heat at all. Even if there was a light drizzle, it would be like an umbrella. As the saying goes, rain or shine is appropriate. At this point, both of them were playing chess under the shade of the tree. Renwei was deep in thought when he heard Pei Ziyun say, "Renwei, you made the wrong move." "I saw wrongly and made the wrong move." Renwei laughed. "There are no regrets in playing chess," Pei Ziyun said as he picked up a white chess piece and placed it on the board. At once, Renwei's piece was taken, and he lost 5 or 6 pieces. Seeing that Pei Ziyun had taken his piece, Renwei wasn't angry. He looked up at the sky and saw that it was drizzling. He then said, "These few days it's been raining frequently in the capital. Young master's chess skills have improved." "The tea is ready, I'll go pour some tea." Renwei spoke as he extinguished the fire on the stove. He then took out the teapot and poured some tea into the teacup. The tea leaves sizzled, and the fragrance of tea permeated the air. He then took a sip of the tea. The bitter taste of the tea turned into a sweet and refreshing sweetness. Pei Ziyun then sighed, "What a good tea. Just smelling it makes me feel like I'm enjoying it." At this point, it was raining. The sun was shining brightly in the west, and the rain was still falling. Renwei couldn't help but sigh. Wars are dangerous. If one isn't careful, the whole game will be lost. I've heard that Gao Yunjia of Deping County is considered a valiant general, and has been through the founding of the country. I wonder if he can stop King Lu. The strength of the imperial court is 100 times that of King Lu's. If he can stop him, then King Lu's army will lose its edge. Actually, victory or defeat will be decided by this line. Pei Ziyun picked up a chess piece. Renwei, you're distracted while playing chess. The affairs of the world are important, but you can't underestimate the chessboard either. If you think too far ahead, you might miss out on what's right in front of you. Renwei then picked up a chess piece and placed it down. He paused before saying, "Ai, young master, the affairs of the world concern your future. How can I not be worried? If you can't stop him, the entire capital city will be shaken." Pei Ziyun laughed and didn't speak. He then placed another chess piece. "You've made a mistake again. Kill the dragon." Renwei exclaimed, "Young master, you're taking advantage of me when I'm down." He then looked at the chessboard. It was black and white all over the board. The chess pieces were all stuck in a dead end. Renwei looked at it carefully and sighed. 10 moves ago, young master has already made a brilliant move. Young master's way of playing chess is really unexpected. Haha, you're not serious this time. Let's continue. Pei Ziyun laughed as he picked up a cup and took a sip. The tea is cold. However, the colder it is, the more fragrant it is. Try it. Renwei drank a mouthful of tea. Indeed, it was different from before. The tea was hot and fragrant. Now that it was cold, there was only a faint fragrance left. Renwei then said, "Indeed, it took the 3rd generation to learn how to dress and eat. Even drinking tea requires knowledge." Before he could finish speaking, a Taoist walked in and shouted, "Sect leader, Deping County has been defeated. Gao Yunjia has pledged his allegiance to King Lu. Qin Prefecture has also been conquered by King Lu." What? Renwei was shocked. Coincidentally, he was playing chess. His hands trembled, and the chess pieces around him were thrown into chaos. "Looks like we can't play chess anymore." Pei Ziyun placed his cup down and sighed. The debate in the imperial court should be coming to an end soon, right? Although he had a Taoist, he received the news later than the imperial court. The emperor was the emperor after all, and would definitely make a decision. Just as he was thinking about this, there was a sound outside the door. "The Grand Princess is here." Pei Ziyun stood up and saw a serving maid holding an umbrella for the Grand Princess. Rainwater splashed onto the umbrella. The Grand Princess had a serious look on her face as she walked in front of Pei Ziyun and stared at him. After some time, she asked, "Will you treat her well and love her?" "Of course." These words came out of nowhere, but Pei Ziyun understood and nodded his head. Hearing these words, the Grand Princess's face turned cold. "Remember what you've said today." As she finished, the Grand Princess waved her hands, and an old granny walked out. A eunuch walked down and shouted, "There's an imperial edict." Renwei hurriedly retreated and walked out of the table. Pei Ziyun bowed deeply. "Long live the emperor." The eunuch waited for Pei Ziyun to finish kowtowing 3 times before he opened up the imperial edict and read it out loud. The imperial edict reads, "Tao Master Qi Ning is diligent in managing the affairs of the emperor. He has accomplished much for the country. How can I be stingy and reward him?" Chapter 347. The edict states, "Holy Prayer Sect has committed unlawful acts. True Sovereign Qi Ning, Pei Ziyun, has encircled and suppressed them." The eunuch retrieved a second edict and read it aloud. "Thank you." Pei Ziyun stood up. The eunuch had a smile on his face as he greeted Pei Ziyun. "Your servant congratulates True Sovereign. Mr. Ren, take out 10 taels of gold." Pei Ziyun smiled. "Give it to this eunuch." "Yes." As Renwei spoke, he entered the room and retrieved a gold ingot. After the eunuch received his reward, he happily left the mansion. Pei Ziyun turned back to look at the 2 documents. The 2 documents were different. The first one was an imperial edict. This imperial edict was made of green and yellow silk. On the right side of the edict was embroidered 2 words, obeisance to the heavens, and was stamped with the words treasure of the emperor. Imperial edicts were not commonly used. The words imperial edict were used to announce to the world. According to the system of the dynasty, it was only used to bestow titles of earls and above. There was a set of true sovereign robes and a silver seal. It was 7 inches thick and 5 inches long. There was a Lingji mushroom button with the words, True Sovereign Qi Ning engraved on it. Pei Ziyun then turned to a Taoist and said, Take these back to your sect for safekeeping. I have no use for them. He then turned to Ren Wei and said, This is the Imperial Edict and the Border Guard. It's the proof of my mission. Help me keep it. Yes. The second tier of edicts was actually an Imperial Edict. It was written by the Emperor himself and was similar in size. It was stamped with the words Imperial Edict. And this scroll was an Imperial Edict, appointing and removing people below the 5th rank. It was stamped with the words Imperial Edict Treasure, and was made of red silk. Imperial edicts were also classified into different tiers. An Imperial Edict was still an Imperial Edict, but the authority it wielded was different. As for Imperial envoys, according to the rules of the court, officials used their official seals. They were all square-shaped and were stamped with vermilion clay. Imperial envoys used Imperial envoys. This was actually a rectangular seal. It was made of silver and copper. The silver seal was equivalent to that of a governor, while the copper seal was equivalent to that of a 4th-rank official. The only difference was that the imperial envoys used a vermilion clay seal. The meaning of this edict was that Pei Ziyun could use officials of the county level, as well as those below the rank of UG general to complete his mission. Moreover, after completing the edict, he had to hand it in. There were many rules within. Ren Wei acknowledged. He wasn't in a hurry, but he was filled with joy as he bowed to Pei Ziyun. Congratulations, true sovereign, congratulations, master. A true sovereign was equivalent to an earl. This was the highest position in the history of the Taoists. From now on, Pei Ziyun was on the same level as the dukes, marquises, generals and ministers. In Ying Prefecture, Pei Ziyun's rank was the same as that of the governor. If he was found guilty, it would be difficult for the governor to arrest him. He would have to report it to the imperial court. Since Ren Wei had addressed Pei Ziyun as Lord, it was clear that he was officially a loyal subject. Ha ha! Pei Ziyun laughed out loud as he stood up and extended a hand to help Ren Wei up. Mr. Ren, please rise. The Grand Princess looked on coldly. Pei Ziyun helped Ren Wei up and nodded his head. He then turned around and smiled. Grand Princess, I know what's on your mind. The Canton Princess is actually suffering from a mental illness. Right now, the most important thing is to quickly stabilize her emotions. I wish to enter the mansion to see her. Hearing Pei Ziyun say this, the Grand Princess paused. Pei Ziyun then laughed. Grand Princess, are you worried that Mr. Ren will be around? Mr. Ren is my trusted aide. Besides, I only have a few loyal subjects. In the future, Mr. Ren will not be able to avoid the matters regarding Qianye. There's no need to avoid it. Who? When the Grand Princess heard this, she heaved a sigh of relief. Her expression softened as she said, At least you have a conscience. However, Mr. Ren does not have to go. You can come with me. The Grand Princess glanced at Ren Wei before she led her men up the ox cart. The ox cart was lit with incense. The Grand Princess then sat down and asked, How will you comfort Qianye when you enter the mansion? The Canton Princess and I will kowtow to the spirit tablet. How about that? As soon as these words were spoken, the Grand Princess was taken aback. This was a wedding ceremony. Her heart was in a mess as she broke out in cold sweat. After some time, she mumbled, You want to marry Qianye immediately? This is the best solution. The carriage was silent. Pei Ziyun then spoke plainly, I am a true sovereign, and Qianye is a Canton princess. Furthermore, I already have a wife. You know very well that we cannot marry each other openly. Besides, I am a newly conferred true sovereign. If I were to enter the mansion, I would attract unwanted attention. Hence, I have to think of a way to resolve Qianye's problem once and for all, so that she can rest in peace. The imperial physician said that Qianye's illness is in her heart. As long as we fulfill her wishes, her illness will disappear and she will recover. As for the exact solution, the emperor of the Ji dynasty fell in love with his own sister, Princess Ning Ping. She then passed away due to illness. He then changed her name and took her into his harem as a concubine. Throughout the dynasties, there have been cases of aunts or nieces being taken in the same manner. This is a precedent. Hearing this example, the Grand Princess could not help but spit out. There was tea on the ox cart. Pei Ziyun took a sip before explaining, "A Canton princess is not a princess. There's a huge difference. Besides, a Canton princess was conferred the title of a prince's daughter. However, the Canton princess is not. Strictly speaking, she's not part of the royal family. It's much easier to operate this way. To put it bluntly, when King Lu attacks us, a mere Canton princess, who isn't even the official Canton princess, dies of illness. There's nothing to be said about this. The Canton princess can slowly recover from her illness. As long as the Canton princess recovers, Qianye will be free. I can then marry her." When the Grand Princess heard this, she paused. After some time, she lowered her eyes. "That's the only way." As she spoke, her tears started to fall, and she couldn't stop them no matter how hard she tried. Pei Ziyun looked at the Grand Princess crying and sighed in his heart. Not mentioning the fact that the Canton Princess was a leaf of the immortal Dao dragon veins, and not mentioning this, could he really watch the Canton Princess die? Pei Ziyun knew that he couldn't do it. He then sighed and said, "Grand Princess, Your Highness, should I address you as mother-in-law?" Seeing that the Grand Princess didn't lift her head, Pei Ziyun then continued, "I know you're sad that you won't be able to see Qianye again. Actually, you don't have to be so sad. The Canton Princess has been ill for about a year and a half. I can bring Qianye to see you. Tell her that she looks like the Canton Princess, and accept her as your daughter. Even after all this, isn't she still your daughter? She's still on your knees, and you can see her whenever you want." The Grand Princess didn't speak. She retrieved a handkerchief and wiped her tears. She was much calmer than before and was still sobbing. Pei Ziyun exhaled deeply. To put it bluntly, when the Canton Princess recovers from her illness, the Emperor will bestow her with gifts. Although these gifts will remain in the underworld, when she passes away, she can still enjoy them. The only loss is that she can't use the title of Canton Princess while she's alive. But my Golden Island has 500 households and 5,000 mu of land. Do we lack her riches? Parents are always worried about their children. Don't you wish for Qianye to be happy? Pei Ziyun explained. Who? The Grand Princess wiped away her tears and let out a long sigh. Her expression changed as she smiled. Although it's like burying one's head in the sand, it's still a solution. When they reached the mansion, 2 old grannies greeted them. When they saw the Grand Princess and Pei Ziyun alight from the carriage, they bowed slightly before turning around to lead the way. However, when the Grand Princess left, her face was cold and expressionless. When she returned, her expression had changed. The Grand Princess then instructed, "Take a seat. I shall speak to Qianye in detail. I'll be back soon." "Go ahead, Grand Princess," Pei Ziyun said before turning to drink some tea. After some time, one of the old grannies bowed and gestured for him to follow. Pei Ziyun followed her through a few doors and saw a shrine. When he entered, he could feel that the interior of the shrine was different. It was dark and gloomy. More importantly, there was an indescribable but distinct energy within. It was as if he had entered the water. He paused for a moment before realizing that the Grand Princess was already there. The Canton Princess was dressed splendidly, but was covered with a red cloth. Pei Ziyun didn't know where she got it from. He was about to step forward and pay his respects when the Grand Princess sighed. "Get up. At a time like this, there's no need to pay your respects. All of you, go to the memorial tablet and light up some incense." Pei Ziyun stood up and walked to the side of the Canton Princess. He saw that the interior of the shrine was very simple. In the middle of the shrine, there was an offering table and a memorial tablet. The Grand Princess stood still and bowed 3 times to the memorial tablet. She then picked up the incense and walked forward. Pei Ziyun took a deep breath and pulled the Canton Princess forward. He then heard the Grand Princess say, "First bow to heaven and earth." The Canton Princess and Pei Ziyun paid their respects. "Second bow to your parent." Pei Ziyun and the Canton Princess paid their respects to the memorial tablet before bowing to the Grand Princess. Husband and wife bow to each other. Pei Ziyun and the Canton Princess bowed to each other and stood up. When the Grand Princess saw this, she was both sad and happy at the same time. She then sighed, "Thousand Leaf was just born. I still remember. In the blink of an eye, 16 years have passed. How fast! You can remove the red cloth." Pei Ziyun bowed and gently removed the red cloth from the Canton Princess's face. He saw that she had lost a lot of weight and her eyes were sunken in. Her face was pale and she looked sickly. Even though she had applied makeup on, it could not hide her weariness. Her eyes were red and tears streamed down her cheek. "Thousand Leaf, it's been hard on you." Pei Ziyun held her hands and wiped her tears away. The Canton Princess shook her head. "No, I'm happy." The Canton Princess held on to his hand and looked at him. She thought back to the years of longing she had for him, and felt that it was all a dream. Amidst the fireworks of the Lantern Festival, a mask and a poem, this was fate. She didn't know why she kept thinking about him, and longing for him, until she couldn't pull herself away. Occasionally, when she received a letter from him, she would ponder over it for a long time and read it over and over again. When she smelled his poems, she was happy. When she heard about his achievements, she felt not only glory, but also fear. When she heard that he had taken a wife, she became more and more haggard, unable to control herself. This made her realize that she couldn't live without him. This was fate and she could only obey it. Now that she could be with him, it was just that she didn't have the title of a Canton Princess. What did that count for? The Grand Princess looked at her pitiful expression and felt a twinge in her heart. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she spoke. "We can't stay here any longer. Let's go out." Thousand Leaf, although it was only for a short while, the title has been set. In order to avoid any gossip, you should go back first. The Canton Princess replied meekly, as she looked at Pei Ziyun reluctantly before leaving. Pei Ziyun saw the Grand Princess gesturing for him to leave the hall, and hurriedly followed. The Grand Princess walked out of the hall slowly, as she felt more at ease. She had a smile on her face, as she gathered a group of soldiers. They were all brimming with vigor. She then turned around and said, "You're already a true sovereign and can't be without guards. Besides, my Grand Princess's mansion has more guards than I can count. It's just that nobody has accused me of anything. I'll give you a group of guards, and everyone will benefit from it." She then shouted, "Come and pay your respects." Pei Ziyun knew that this was the dowry of the Canton Princess, and that they were here to protect the Canton Princess from any harm. Pei Ziyun then said, "Grand Princess, I shall take my leave then. Go." Although the Grand Princess had more to say, she knew she couldn't stay any longer. She paused before waving her hands. Chapter 348. Pei Ziyun walked out of the princess mansion, followed by 20 armored soldiers. Amidst the wind and rain, the coachman helped him up the carriage and smiled. "Your Excellency, Although it's summer, the wind and rain are not a problem. Please board the carriage. Pei Ziyun smiled and sat on the carriage. Let's go to the Dow Records office. Yes. The coachman shouted and the carriage started moving. Although it was raining, it was summer and there were many people on the street. Pei Ziyun could hear the sound of the cows' hooves stepping on the muddy ground. The drizzle was sometimes heavy and sometimes slow. Pei Ziyun could feel it. In a blink of an eye, he felt as though his master was under the weight of a mountain. I've been bestowed the title of true sovereign. It's said that this is an ancient agreement. It has nothing to do with my cultivation. In fact, it's beneficial. I was thinking of bestowing the title of true sovereign, which is equivalent to an earl or a rank 3 official. That way, I would be able to take on the role of an imperial edict. It seems like I can take on the role of a true sovereign, but it's still a heavy burden. Looks like I can't overcome this conflict. It all depends on the strength of the plum blossom. He then took a deep breath and shouted, "System!" A small plum blossom appeared before his eyes as it grew bigger and became a translucent information interface. It floated in front of his eyes as a series of words appeared. Mission: eliminate Jibei Ho and be bestowed the title of true sovereign, completed. Pei Ziyun looked at it carefully. After much effort, he had finally been bestowed the title of true sovereign. His mission was complete. He then tapped on the interface. Boom! The translucent plum blossom slowly appeared between Pei Ziyun's eyebrows. Originally it was missing a petal, but now it was growing out. It was light purple and transparent. Pei Ziyun felt a wave of relief wash over him. The imperial qi has lessened, but it hasn't disappeared yet. The petals are complete and the plum blossom can be upgraded. It can also be used to detect danger, causing the opponent to lose their sense of danger? Pei Ziyun furrowed his brows as he thought about it for a moment. He then looked at the other items on the list. Master. 9th level, 42.1%. Being bestowed the title of true sovereign meant that he would be respected throughout the 4 seas. He was not far from reaching the full circle level. Pei Ziyun retrieved a silver bottle from the corner of the table and poured himself a cup of tea. He then opened a fried dough bun, which contained strips of marinated beef. He leaned back on the cushion and looked out the window. He took a sip and continued thinking. When the king sets up a heavenly net, he uses it to cover it up. How can he allow the wild to remain outside? These are the words of the ancient sages of this world. The general idea is that the country has set up a net of law in the world, and no one is allowed to wander outside. I work at sunrise and rest at sunset. I dig wells to drink and plow the fields to eat. What does the emperor's power mean to me? Compared to the laws of the country, they are just people who can be punished. It's the same logic as not having the intention to rebel, but having the power to rebel. It's a different approach to the same result. Even if the Taoist is really quiet and inactive, according to the logic of the country, he has committed 2 capital crimes. One is to not be affected by the heavenly net, and the other is to possess Tao power. And no matter how many meritorious deeds I've made, I've committed a fundamental error of principle. This time, I've skirted the line and declined the young Canton princess's marriage. I'm afraid I've planted a deep seed of trouble. When perfected Lord Qi Ning was added, his killing intent was probably aroused. There are rules and authority. Now, he has to use me for the time being, which is why he allowed it. Pei Ziyun thought about it and sighed. During the Qing dynasty, the Qing army conquered Beijing. Dorgan assessed the merits of the officials, and Oboy was promoted to the 1st rank. After that, Oboy followed Aji Gu to Hubei and defeated Li Zicheng's army. In the end, he was not allowed to talk about his merits and was fined money. He followed Hao Gu to Sichuan and killed many loyal soldiers. Once again, he was reported and sentenced to death. It was clear to see how much he had suffered and how difficult his situation was. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, Oboy could be said to have many merits, and was known as the #1 warrior of Manchuria. His contributions were outstanding, and yet he ended up like this. He was sentenced to death 3 times and was dismissed many times. Meritorious deeds could never be relied on. Pei Ziyun had no illusions about this. If it weren't for the system's request, I wouldn't have any requests from the imperial court. If it weren't for Xie Qingdong and King Lu, I wouldn't even want to participate in the Battle of Dragons. However, the Crown Prince is still alright, and is relatively generous. The Emperor doesn't have much longer to live, and will die in a few months. Of course, I can't rely on the Crown Prince as well. I can only rely on my own strength. However, this is a crime deserving of death. Just as Pei Ziyun was thinking about this, he burst out laughing. The ox cart came to a halt, and the driver spoke from outside, "Your Excellency, we've arrived at the Yamen." Under the drizzling rain, Pei Ziyun alighted from the cart and saw the Yamen of the Dao Records Department. The Central Dao Records Department was under the jurisdiction of the Grand Herald Temple, and was actually a Daoist temple. The only difference was that it had a lion and a screen wall, which made it look rather odd. 20 soldiers followed behind him. When the guests saw this, they knew that Pei Ziyun wasn't someone to be trifled with. One of them rushed out to Pei Ziyun and smiled, "Your Excellency, may I know your surname, Taifu?" Pei Ziyun didn't reply. Instead, a guard answered, "This is true Lord Qi Ning, who was personally appointed by the Emperor." The guard looked at Pei Ziyun and kowtowed, "Please wait, Your Excellency. I shall report this to the Emperor." Pei Ziyun nodded his head. Before long, more than 100 men came out to welcome him. The leader was dressed in 6th-ranked robes. He rushed out to welcome him. "This humble subject is the supervisor of the Dao Records Department, Feng Min. Greet Your Excellency." Feng Min was around 40 years of age, and had a fair complexion. He looked rather neat and tidy. Pei Ziyun then spoke, "I've been ordered by the Emperor to investigate Dark Altar sect. Bring me all the information from their archives." "Yes, your subordinate shall do so immediately." Feng Min then led the way. As soon as he entered the monastery, he noticed that the monastery was about 15 mu in size. The main hall was located in the middle of the monastery. Within the monastery was the Immortal Officer Hall, which was where the immortal generals and immortal officers were trained. Behind that was the Dao Monarch's Hall. There was also the Scripture Tower, Stargazing Tower, Bell and Drum Tower, etc. This was where the Dao officials were trained. Pei Ziyun didn't have time to take a closer look. As he walked along the corridor, he saw a small courtyard hidden within the dense forest. The entire courtyard was filled with bamboo, and it was extremely quiet. Pei Ziyun then invited him in. As soon as tea was served, someone came in with a stack of documents. "Your Excellency, please take a look." Feng Min spoke. These documents were classified. Hence, even if Pei Ziyun wanted to take a look, he had to be present. Pei Ziyun took a look and his heart skipped a beat. He saw that it was filled with information about the monastery. He took out one of the pages and looked at it carefully. There were a few lines of words that said, Han Shan Monastery. West of White Turtle County there is a spring. The spring water is clear, and there are 311 mu of farmland. The head of the monastery is Fong Kong. There are 7 Taoists who practice martial arts, 3 Taoists who practice magic, and 11 Taoists who practice incense. There were also many other important matters that were recorded in the appendix. Pei Ziyun's heart skipped a beat as he thought to himself, "My Free Cloud sect must have investigated this thoroughly. The country does indeed have the power to topple mountains and overturn seas." Just as he was thinking about this, he revealed a smile and said, "Your Excellency Feng is indeed diligent. These documents are very detailed. Your Excellency, I am a subject of the Imperial Court. I have to do my best for the Imperial Court." Feng Min then sighed, "However, These documents are only superficial. The amount of farmland and the number of people can be investigated. However, it would be difficult to find out more about the inside story. Pei Ziyun laughed. All the orthodox Taoist temples had their own Tao technique. Although they weren't flawless, they couldn't be investigated by just anyone. Of course, if the country were to focus their investigation on one Taoist temple, they would definitely be able to find out everything. However, there were over 8,000 Taoist temples under the heavens. Even the Tao Records Department did not have the manpower and resources to do so. Any investigation that did not involve manpower and resources would be considered amateurs. Pei Ziyun continued reading. At this point, the entire room was silent. All he could hear was someone chanting. Pei Ziyun took a closer look and his eyelids twitched. He continued reading and asked, "These documents, can I make a copy of them?" Actually, it's not allowed to be copied or brought out. However, since you're acting on orders, it's different. You just have to leave a receipt. Feng Min bowed as she spoke. That's easy. Pei Ziyun smiled as he turned around and walked towards the table. He then picked up a brush and wrote on a piece of paper, "The Tao Records Department shall assign 10 Tao officials to bring the documents regarding Dark Altar Sect to Imperial Envoy Pei Ziyun. This is the order." When he had finished writing, he handed it to Feng Min. "I'll give you this. Do you feel at ease now?" Feng Min took a look and hesitated. Assign 10 Tao officials. This. Pei Ziyun's expression changed as he laughed coldly. "You're going against my orders?" Feng Min froze as he regained his senses. This man before him was a man who had killed countless people. Even when he led his troops into battle, he did not show any mercy. He then bowed and replied, "Yes, your humble official shall gather them now. I'll give you 15 minutes to make a copy and gather the document." Pei Ziyun then regained his composure. Seeing that Feng Min had left in a hurry, he pondered for some time before retrieving a document from a drawer. He then laid it out on the table and searched for a particular spot. After some time, his eyes narrowed. "It's here." Dark Altar Sect is an established Taoist sect. Their businesses are spread far and wide. They have a total of 111 monasteries, and there are many highly skilled cultivators within. The fact that the imperial court appointed me to this task was to use me as a spear. If I were to carry out a large-scale raid on their properties, it would be a huge blow to their reputation. Not only would it incite a backlash from the Taoist sects, it would also incite the sympathy of the Taoist sections. When that happens, I would have no choice but to rely on the imperial court. Even if I'm guilty, killing me would not incite the Taoist sections. Pei Ziyun thought for a moment before he understood the intentions of the imperial court. He then laughed coldly, "But I need the strength of the imperial court to kill Xie Qingdong. My mission is to kill Xie Qingdong, and not to be a pawn in the fire for the imperial court. Without the original owner's memories, no matter how intelligent I am, it would be difficult for me to see through the fog. However, I know the alias of Xie Qingdong's father. Chao Zhilong, Deep Lake Monastery's abbot. I shall ambush him and lure Xie Qingdong out. I can then test out my new special technique." Pei Ziyun knew that once one reaches the Yin Master level, they would have some form of killing intent, and would have a sudden impulse. Once he reached the 10th level, his senses would be even sharper, and he would be able to predict the future. At this point, a plum blossom appeared between his eyebrows. It rotated slightly, and his vision blurred for a moment before it became clear again. "It's done. I've shielded my soul from the danger." The plum blossom on Pei Ziyun's eyebrows had just faded away when he heard the sound of footsteps. 10 Tao officials came out with documents. Pei Ziyun no longer hesitated as he ordered, "I'll give you 3 hours to prepare. Gather at my mansion before 7 p.m. and follow me out of the capital city." As he finished, Pei Ziyun turned around and walked out the door. The Tao officials were all shocked. Someone was displeased. Only 3 hours? Isn't that too tight? Feng Min was displeased as well. She then scolded, "What nonsense are you spouting? Hurry up and prepare. The true sovereign is in charge of the army, and the military rules apply. If you're late and get your heads chopped off, don't blame me for not reminding you. Hurry up and go." With these words, the 10 Dao officials dispersed and made their own preparations. Chapter 349. De Ping County, Governor's Mansion. The governor's mansion was spacious and deep. The weather was hot, but King Lu was in high spirits. His skin was tanned and his face was glowing as he sat down. Xiecheng Dong bowed and was about to speak when King Lu laughed. "You don't have to say anything. I know what you want to say. You're trying to persuade me not to go out and bring a large number of soldiers with me. But if I want to conquer the world, I have to do something about it. Even with my current position, I have to take a look at the situation of the citizens and not just listen to reports. If I were to bring a large number of soldiers with me, how would I be able to see the truth? Even if it's a private visit, I still brought a number of guards with me. I understand that the white dragon doesn't obey fish." King Lu then spoke. "I went to the city to take a look. Luckily, there aren't many cases of soldiers plundering and pillaging. There's plenty of food on the market and I feel more at ease. This is the heart of the people." When Xiecheng Dong heard King Lu speak, he sighed. "Although that's the case, King Lu is the ruler of 1,000 cities. You have to take care of your own safety. The next time you're patrolling, please allow me to follow you." "All right." King Lu laughed and said, "What I'm looking at is the heart of the people. I'm well aware of the heart of the army. There are 3,000 soldiers in the city, and I've ordered for them to be reorganized. I'm not worried about this. What's next is to see the heart of the officials." This time, De Ping County was conquered thanks to the secret help of many nobles. Some of them leaked information to me, while some of them were spies. These people are aware of the bigger picture and have given up on the dark side for the light side. They've contributed food and manpower. How can I be stingy with my future prospects? Have you arranged everything? Xiecheng Dong then spoke. There are 7 families in this county that can be rewarded based on their contributions. Under your orders, I've already asked each of them to send a disciple. They're all waiting outside, waiting for you to meet them. King Lu nodded his head as he looked at the map. The situation in Qin Prefecture has been reported. Jibei Ho's plan isn't bad. As long as 1/3 of the officials follow us, we'll be able to operate. But management isn't just about operations. These 7 families have to cooperate as well. I've decided to spend a lot of money to buy their talents. Regardless if they're talented or stupid, they'll be given an official position when they meet me. No matter how ignorant they are, they should be able to learn how to read-write. They can be sent out after some training. Give them an official position and let them know that they will have a bright future if they follow me." Xiecheng Dong was convinced and bowed. Yes, this official will ask them to come in. The Yamen's second hall was a row of rooms to the west. The rooms were full of people, drinking tea and chatting. There were about 20 people, old and young, sitting at a table, sipping tea, tasting fruits, and gossiping. There were a few other youngsters seated in the row. One of them offered his tea and smiled. "Brother Lu, what did your family do? Hey, there's a Taoist outside my mansion. He's known as the National Chess Master. I like to play a few games of chess as well, but I'm not very good at it. I'm just bored and went to take a look. Who would have thought that my father would be in cahoots with him, and was able to get King Lu to help him?" Lu Yin fanned himself as he asked, "Where's your house?" "My family is not that mysterious," the young man replied. He was slightly plump and was sweating profusely. "My family is a merchant. We sold some rations to King Lu and thus connected to him." Everyone took turns to chat. Finally, someone couldn't help but ask, "Hey, what kind of official do you think we can get? My family and my father have put in so much effort and risked so much. At the very least, we should be able to get an official position, right? If that's the case, who would dare to look down on us in the future? That's right. Riches come from danger. Those who are timid will starve to death, and those who are bold will die. Just as someone was speaking, his expression changed, as though he was in pain. Everyone around him asked, "Li Cheng, are you all right?" This man clutched his stomach. "I have a sudden need to pee. I'll be back soon." As he spoke, everyone laughed as he ran out. When he reached the corridor, he revealed a fierce look. "I didn't expect that there would be a remnant soul hidden within my body." As soon as he finished speaking, his expression changed again as he struggled. "No, no, you can't do this." As soon as the words left his mouth, he laughed coldly. "Blind Taoist, I've healed your eyes and restored your youth. You still want to struggle? I've bewitched the Li family, and helped you get closer to the hidden dragon. It'll be beneficial to you." After struggling several times, the pain disappeared. He then stood up and left. "Li Cheng, why are you so fast?" Everyone at the table looked at Li Cheng. Just as Li Cheng was about to explain, a eunuch walked in and spoke. "Everyone, come in. King Lu wants to see you." The 7 young men followed behind him, not daring to even breathe loudly. As they walked along the corridor, they saw a dense bamboo forest. Imperial guards were patrolling the area, each of them had swords hanging from their waist. They stood there like nails, and the atmosphere was solemn. As soon as they entered, these people shivered. Even their footsteps became lighter, as they could feel the solemnity of the place. When the eunuch reached the door, he signaled for them to stop. This was something he had repeatedly instructed them to do. Hence, they stopped immediately. Their hearts were thumping wildly. When they saw the eunuch enter, they retreated and shouted, "Come in!" This group of people entered, and before they even saw King Lu, they fell to their knees and shouted, "We pay our respects to King Lu." King Lu raised his head and swept his gaze across these people. He then took a sip of tea before speaking. "Rise. I've seen your records. Not bad, you've all been educated. Some of you are even elementary scholars. The country selects scholars once every 3 years. Those who are outstanding in their studies will become officials. They are divided into Tongxing, elementary scholar, high scholar, and grand scholar. Only then will they be able to become officials. Because of your contributions to your clans, you've managed to take this step. I've decided to bestow upon you the title of a 9th-ranked official. You shall follow me and observe the politics of the country. This is a rare opportunity, and I have to warn you." Everyone was overjoyed as they bowed and listened to King Lu's orders. The entire room was extremely quiet, and even the sounds of the guards patrolling could be heard. Loyalty, diligence, and secrecy. King Lu smiled and spoke plainly. "I won't talk about loyalty and diligence. You should understand. Let's talk about secret. I have to manage many affairs every day, and every single one of them involves the fate of thousands of people. This is a rare opportunity for you to observe the politics of the country, and hence, you have to know how to keep secret. If you can keep these 3 words to yourself, I'm willing to give them to you. However, if anyone were to leak this information, it would be a small matter to be imprisoned or exiled. Exterminating one's entire family would be the norm." The youths below didn't expect to hear these words, and started to tremble in fear. Li Chengshi's body twitched slightly, as though he had just seen the heavens for the first time. Xie Qingdong saw King Lu's admonishment and thought that it wasn't too bad. However, his heart skipped a beat as he frowned. He turned around to look at these people, but didn't notice anything amiss. He then heard King Lu speak. "This is all I have to say. You may leave now." Hearing King Lu's instructions, these people all heaved a sigh of relief as they hurriedly left. Even the joy in their hearts had diminished. Qinping County, County Magistrate, True Sovereign. The Qinping County Magistrate is just ahead. The carriage stopped as an official reported. Pei Ziyun nodded his head. I shall go and see the magistrate. Yes, true sovereign. Pei Ziyun alighted from the carriage as several officials followed behind him. The armored soldiers followed behind him without a word. Who is it? One of the bailiffs asked. He had never seen these people before. They looked like officials and yet weren't. He then asked, Who are you? What business do you have here? Hearing the bailiff speak, the official who had followed them was enraged. He then stepped forward and shouted, True Sovereign Pei is acting on orders. He is the Imperial Envoy. Hurry and report this. Imperial Envoy? Imperial Envoy? Hearing the Taoist official reprimanding him, the bailiffs were frightened as he trembled in fear. His legs turned to jelly as he fell to his knees. Allow me to enter and report. The leader of the guard sent by the Grand Princess spoke out. He's just a mere county magistrate, and yet he's so arrogant. There's no need to report. True sovereign, let's go in directly. The leader of the guards had a scar on his face as he led the way in. The bailiffs hesitated for a moment before retreating, not daring to block their way. All right. Pei Ziyun nodded his head. He didn't want to waste any more time on the bailiffs as they barged in. Study the county magistrate was reading some documents when he heard a commotion outside. He then asked, What's going on outside? What's with all this noise? The door swung open and the county magistrate was enraged. Who dares to? As soon as he finished speaking, he realized something was amiss. The leader of the guards had a stern look on his face as he took out a document and slammed it on the table. The county magistrate trembled as he took a look at the document. When he had finished reading it, he thought of the document he had received yesterday. His face turned pale as he hurriedly fell to his knees. Your humble servant, County Magistrate of Qinping County, pays his respects to the Imperial Envoy. Do you know why I'm here? Pei Ziyun asked. Hearing this, the county magistrate bowed his head and replied, True sovereign, I understand. Then summon the soldiers immediately. Pei Ziyun said. Yes, Imperial Envoy. The county magistrate replied as he stood up. Quick, summon the county officer. Yes, Your Excellency. The county officer had been prepared for this and hurried over. When he saw Pei Ziyun bowing, his face was solemn. Greetings to the Imperial Envoy. 300 soldiers have been summoned. Set off immediately. Our destination is White Hill Monastery. Pei Ziyun ordered. Yes. 300 soldiers marched out, their weapons ready. At this point, it was almost dusk, and the people on the streets were scared out of their wit. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at White Hill Monastery. Pei Ziyun waved his hands, and the 300 soldiers surrounded the monastery. Even the Taoist officials were on guard. The county officer walked up to Pei Ziyun and asked softly, True sovereign, shall we kill our way in now? There's no rush, let's wait a little longer. The sky was getting darker, and there were still many worshippers in the monastery. Men and women were holding incense sticks in their hands, their faces were filled with reverence. Pei Ziyun walked in and didn't attract much attention. The path led straight to the main hall, and wasn't very big. In front of the main hall was a cauldron, half filled with incense. The inside of the cauldron was still burning, and smoke was still rising from it. Near the stairs there was a small table. On the table there was a pen and paper, as well as a merit box. Pei Ziyun looked at it and understood. Apparently, the incense was very popular. Most people would burn incense within the cauldron, and only after donating money would they go to the deity to burn incense. Pei Ziyun peered into the main hall and saw that the incense was still burning. Although the light was dim, he could see that the statues within the tent were glowing brightly. At this point, a middle-aged Taoist came out to greet him. Those seeking medicine, please come back tomorrow. The worshippers started to disperse, and one person came out. Pei Ziyun asked, Is this place efficacious? This worshipper was an old man. He squinted his eyes and looked at Pei Ziyun. He was wearing a silk robe, and looked like an elementary scholar. He then said, "Efficacious, efficacious. True efficacious. Don't underestimate me. My daughter-in-law was sick, and so I asked for some talisman water and incense. In the end, she was cured. I'm here to fulfill my wish." "So that's how it is." Pei Ziyun laughed and retrieved an incense stick from the side. He lit it up and walked up to the cauldron. He then took a step back inside. Although the incense is efficacious, there's no fate energy left. He then turned around and smiled at the middle-aged Taoist. "Xie, don't you think so? Your young master has taken care of me in the past, and I'm here to repay him." Chapter 350. The middle-aged Taoist Xie Yi's face fell as he looked around and understood what was going on. He then cleared his throat. "Pei Ziyun? You dare to come to Dark Altar Sect's monastery alone? Aren't you afraid?" "Single?" Pei Ziyun laughed before replying plainly, "Even if I'm single, I'm not afraid. When I was young, I fought many battles. When did I not defeat my enemies alone? Since I've gained so much power and authority, how can I not be well-rounded? But you don't have to test me. I'm not single this time." Pei Ziyun laughed coldly as he clapped his hands. At that point, the sound of footsteps could be heard, as though soldiers were approaching. Xie Yi's face fell as he exclaimed, "I'm a 9th level Yin Master Cultivator and have the ability to control my emotions. Why can't I feel any danger today?" He then shouted, "Enemy attack!" Several Taoists around him had already unsheathed their sword. Boom! At the same time, the door was flung open as the soldiers rushed in with spears and blades in their hands. The old man who had introduced Pei Ziyun to the monastery was still confused as he shouted, "Young master, this is a monastery. What are you doing? How dare you? Kneel down. Who gave you the guts to offend the imperial envoy?" The officer who rushed in saw the old man pointing at Pei Ziyun and shouted angrily, "What? Imperial envoy?" Xie Yi's body trembled. "Pei Ziyun, you dare to offend the world and bring troops to attack Dao sect? Kill him. This man is a traitor to Dao sect. He's the dog of the imperial court. He has no chance of cooperating with us." Xie Yi shouted out in anger as several Taoists charged towards Pei Ziyun. Xie Yi then pointed at them. "Dark altar descends, bind." "AI, it's the same binding technique, but it's much more intricate than my free cloud sex. It seems like it's even more powerful," Pei Ziyun said. He then cleared his throat and shouted out, "I'm here to punish you, the imperial envoy." Following Pei Ziyun's words, a dragon's roar could be heard. Boom! The entire monastery was enveloped by the spell. Xie Yi's face fell as he stumbled back several steps. "No, that's not possible." "Impossible? You're a Taoist. How can you be an imperial envoy?" "I just said that I'm an imperial envoy. Do you still think I'm just for show?" Pei Ziyun chuckled. "Tao arts and imperial qi are in conflict. This is common since ancient times. However, if you have the Tao arts, then you have the authority. I'm already a true sovereign, and this authority is equivalent to a 4th-rank cultivator. I can still handle it." The Taoist in front of him took a few steps back in fear. Without his Tao arts, how could he fight against the officials with just his martial arts? Xie shouted, "Don't be afraid. Even so, he won't be able to use Tao technique." "You're right. But my sword techniques are already the best under the heavens." "That's fine, I'm still the imperial envoy." "I'm not the only one dealing with you. I'm dealing with the entire dynasty." Pei Ziyun laughed. "Don't be confused. He's trying to mess up your minds. Don't worry about him. Charge." Xie Yi raised his arms and shouted out. Although the Taoists of the monastery had lost their Tao arts, they understood that they were supporting King Lu and were enemies of the imperial court. There was no way they could escape. Hearing these words, they shouted out and charged towards Pei Ziyun. Kill, don't let these vile Taoists harm the imperial envoy. Actually, these were just a few words spoken. After all, the soldiers were mortals. At this point, they were in position. The county magistrate shouted out as the soldiers charged forward like a tidal wave, protecting the imperial envoy and killing all the vile Taoists in front of them. Kill. The area of the monastery wasn't very big. Several Taoists formed a formation as the soldiers charged forward. All they saw was the flash of a sword, and screams of pain could be heard. The Taoists' sword techniques were exquisite, and several soldiers fell to the ground. Get into formation, line up your spears and raise your shields. The county magistrate's face was black as he ordered, whoever dares to retreat, kill them. The country had just been established, and most of the soldiers were retired soldiers. At this point, they got into formation and advanced. These Taoists followed the formation of the soldiers as they slowly retreated. Split them up. The county magistrate ordered coldly. A group of soldiers obeyed and charged into the formation. The Taoists saw that the situation wasn't looking good. 2 highly skilled Taoists had already charged in. Their swords flashed, shwa 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 3 times. 3 soldiers were struck by the swords and fell to the ground. At this point, blood splattered all over the place. Go, kill all these Taoists. Seeing these Taoists killing them, the county magistrate's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted viciously. These soldiers were all under the county magistrate's command. Seeing them being killed, he felt as though his dignity was being trampled on. Even though the Taoists of the monastery were on good terms with them, the only thought he had now was to kill all these people. Pei Ziyun looked on coldly. Pei Ziyun watched on coldly. He was the imperial envoy, and fighting and killing was not for him. In just a few breaths, several of the Taoists who had charged forward fell to the ground. These Taoists' sword techniques were extremely high, and they continuously forced the Taoists' soldiers to retreat. Their bodies were covered in blood, but the Taoists still could not take them down. They had suffered heavy losses, and did not dare to charge forward again. The county magistrate looked on and was shocked. He then shouted out in anger, "Whoever dares to retreat will be dealt with according to military law. Not only will you be killed, your family members will also be buried with you." The county magistrate frowned. However, the county magistrate was the main official. He then ordered, "What are you looking at? Get into formation and charge forward. Soldiers with spears and short swords, charge forward and kill them." There were still some who didn't listen to him and were about to retreat. The soldiers with spears behind them shouted out under the county magistrate's command. They raised their spears and pierced forward, killing the fleeing soldiers. "Whoever dares to retreat will be killed without mercy." The county magistrate shouted out, "Kill." The soldiers didn't dare to retreat any longer, and continued to charge forward. The soldiers in front used their swords to slash and kill, while the soldiers behind followed suit and stabbed forward. One of the Taoists from Dark Altar sect killed several soldiers in a row. He couldn't even catch his breath before the spears pierced through his body. The Taoist screamed in agony as he died. With such great power in his hands, it's no wonder even heroes would bow down to him. As soon as he gave the command, hundreds and thousands of soldiers would rush forward to take his place. Pei Ziyun looked on and sighed. This is the power of the imperial court. Not to mention 10, even 100 of them would be worth it to kill one enemy. Even if you've cultivated diligently for over 10 years, and your martial arts skills are high, but to the imperial court, killing tens of soldiers isn't even worth a single cent. Even if it was me, if I didn't have any Tao arts, I would have to pay a high price to escape from this encirclement. Pei Ziyun thought to himself, fighting with the imperial court to the death is already a lost cause. Another scream rang out as a Taoist stabbed his sword into a soldier's body. At the same time, 3 soldiers with spears pierced deep into the Taoist's body. The Taoist had a look of disbelief on his face as he looked at the spears pierced into his body. He screamed in agony as the spears were pulled out from his body. Fresh blood splattered everywhere as he fell to the ground, twitching as he died. Screams rang out incessantly. The killing was extremely cruel. The Taoists knew that the imperial court was merciless, and that there was no way they would be spared. Even if they had outstanding martial arts skills, what use would it be against a life-and-death battle? The soldiers' skills were ordinary, and under the military law, they continued to charge forward. The more Xie fought, the more his heart turned cold. He had painstakingly trained these Taoists, and yet they were sacrificing their lives to these ordinary soldiers. Even if he killed one Taoist, it would cost him the lives of dozens of soldiers. What was the point? Damn it, Pei Ziyun has arranged for the imperial court's soldiers to surround and kill me. I can't let this continue. I'm a Taoist, and I'm good at ambushing and killing. I can't fight these soldiers head-on. Thinking this way, he killed a soldier and wiped the blood off his face. He then turned around to leave. Ha ha! As soon as he turned around, he felt a chill run down his spine. He used his hands to parry the incoming sword and shouted in anger, "How dare you sneak attack me?" Pei Ziyun tossed his scabbard aside and laughed. The art of war is all about using all sorts of methods. Why should I be ashamed? However, Dark Altar sect is indeed a Taoist sect with a long history. Their sword techniques are truly marvelous. Not to mention Xie Qingdong, even you have reached 90% mastery in your sword technique. However, you're just a step away from death. Let's see how many strikes you can take from me. As he spoke, he transformed into a streak of light. His sword flashed as he launched his attack. At the same time, Xie struck out with his sword as well. Zhing zhing zhing. A series of sword sounds rang out. At that moment, all the tricks were rendered useless. Every single sword strike was a fatal blow. At this point, a ray of sword light pierced through the air like a gust of wind. A shadow appeared as Xie cried out in pain. The right side of his abdomen had been sliced open, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. His heart sank as he touched it. This sword strike had already pierced through his kidneys. Even if he didn't die immediately, the chances of saving him were slim. Without hesitation, he retreated to the front of the statue. Xie knew that he was out of luck and shouted out, "You will never know the true strength of Dark Altar sect. I shall wait for you." "You talk too much," Pei Ziyun said coldly as his shadow flashed like lightning. Xie roared out in anger as all the energy in his body surged. The statue behind him glowed brightly as it struck out with its last attack. The sword light carried with it a terrifying amount of energy as it broke through the spell. Die. Pei Ziyun did not hesitate as he struck out with his sword as well. The two swords clashed and the statue stopped moving. A head flew off as fresh blood splattered all over the place. The statue shone brightly as a bright light appeared on the head before disappearing. Pooh! Outside, the last Taoist was stabbed by several long spears. Blood gushed out as he fell to the ground. "Your Excellency, the 12 Taoists from Dark Altar sect have all been executed." The county officer scanned the area and counted the casualties. He then reported to Pei Ziyun, "Our side has lost 79 men." As he spoke of this, the county officer's face twitched. 300 men and a quarter of them had died. If the battle had continued, the entire army would have collapsed. On the ground, the strong stench of blood permeated the air. The entire Taoist temple was littered with corpses. Pei Ziyun looked around and said, "Your Excellency, do not worry. The imperial court will compensate you generously. Every participant will be rewarded with 10 taels of silver. Those who were injured will be rewarded with 5 to 10 taels of silver. Those who were crippled will be rewarded with 50 taels of silver. Those who died will be compensated with 100 taels of silver. I shall issue the order to the imperial envoy. Those who are crippled will be compensated. Those who died will be compensated by their descendant. County officer, search the entire Taoist temple and seal it. This is to prevent any mishaps. As for these worshippers, lock them up and release them after everything is over. This is to prevent the news from leaking out. The county officer came to his senses. The gods of this world had the power to bring about good and bad fortune. He looked at the statue and said, "Hurry up and bring me a seal. Pour some dog's blood on it and smash the entire statue." The county officer had long since prepared a seal. As soon as the seal was placed on the statue, the dog's blood was poured on it. Finally, a bailiff walked up and smashed the statue with a hammer. Several bailiffs walked up and dragged the corpses out. Pei Ziyun looked at it and asked, "Are there any clean rooms?" "Imperial envoy, the rooms are here." A constable walked up to him as Pei Ziyun brought the Taoist official and the soldiers with him. This was the place where the Taoists used to cultivate. It was clean and tidy. After inspecting the place, he instructed, "All of you, stand guard outside." The Taoist official nodded his head. "Yes, understood." The door was shut and the entire room was silent. Pei Ziyun sat down on the couch and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. He tried to move his Yin spirit, but felt a heavy pressure pressing down on him. He was unable to focus. This is actually a type of restrictive spell. Pei Ziyun thought to himself as he shouted, "Open!" The plum blossom moved, and the pressure on him lessened. His Yin spirit rushed out and disappeared. Chapter 351. The underworld. As far as the eye could see, everything was gray and black. A cold wind blew and a speck of light shone through the darkness. It was Xie Yi's Yin spirit. His body glowed with spiritual light, but his face was black and he was clearly enraged. As soon as Zhang Xian landed on the ground, he felt his body sinking. It was as if a seal had been placed on him, causing the pressure on him to intensify. Damn it! I had a fleshly body and I didn't feel anything. Now that I'm dead, my Yin spirit is being controlled. Xie Yi's face was filled with anger and fear. With just this little bit of prohibition, I borrowed the Taoist temple's spiritual aura for decades, and yet it still had an effect. If I don't kill this person, I won't be able to rest in peace. After cultivating for dozens of years, my hopes of becoming a sage have been severed. How can I not hate him? Xie Yi roared at the sky. Just as he finished speaking, a few more specks of light fell from the sky. These were the Taoists from Dark Altar sect. The few of them had opened the gates of heaven and were following behind Elder Xie. Who would have thought that they would be slaughtered for no reason? As soon as they landed, their bodies were covered in blood. They looked like evil spirits as they knelt down in front of Xie Yi and shouted, "Pei Ziyun has become a dog of the imperial court. Today, he has openly declared war against all the Taoist sects under the heavens. Now he has destroyed our physical bodies and destroyed our hope. Elder Xie, please enter Teacher Yan's sect and seek justice for us." When Xie Yi heard this, his face darkened. He then said coldly, "Let's leave this place first. The Imperial Envoy's restrictive spell is still in effect here. We can't even use our magic. If they try to attack us again, we won't be able to defend ourselves." The Taoist's Yin spirit's expression changed. If his physical body was destroyed, then so be it. But if his Yin spirit died, then he was truly dead. The group of people then walked towards the direction of Dark Altar Mountain. If we didn't have the restrictive spells, how could mere officials kill us? It's a pity that our fleshly bodies are already dead, and it's difficult for 1,000 tribulations Yin spirit to ascend to sainthood. We can only cultivate the Tao of God. When Xie Yi heard these words, he felt as though his heart was being stabbed. Actually, to these disciples, they didn't have much of a future ahead of them. Switching to the path of gods was just a matter of bringing it forward. Now that he had lost his physical body, It was a huge blow to the Xie family in Dark Altar sect. This was especially so when his son Xie Qingdong was supporting King Lu. His expression changed before he turned to the disciples and spoke coldly. "All right, I have my own plans. Let's leave the forbidden grounds and report back to the sect. Sooner or later, Pei Ziyun will pay the price." "Yes, elder." These people flew quickly, and as the distance between them increased, the barrier gradually disappeared until it was completely out of sight. Who? As soon as they broke free from the restrictive spell, their Yin spirits glowed with a white light. The blood stains on their bodies were gradually reduced, and there were even traces of red light enveloping their bodies, cleaning them up. The Taoist monastery has been accumulating incense for tens of years, and now we can use it for our own use. The few Yin spirits of the Taoists relaxed a little as they inhaled and exhaled. This was one of the benefits of a sect. But at this point, the red glow dimmed and a dark red color appeared. Not only was the glow unable to be absorbed, it started to emit a foul stench and sizzling sounds. Several of the Taoists screamed out in pain, "Not good, this thief is a traitor to our sect. He's already used the county magistrate's seal to seal off the spiritual energy in the Taoist temple. He's even tainted the statue. Hurry up and sever the spiritual power connection to this Taoist temple," said Xie. His face was grim as he opened his mouth and spat out a talisman. Prefect Mansion. It was different now. There were sentries every 3 steps and sentries every 5 along the wall. They were all imperial bodyguards, standing under the eaves and looking straight ahead. Boom! The rain continued to pour as a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the entire place. King Lu, Xie Qingdong and eunuch Liao were in the study room. Reporting, "King Lu, there's the latest news from the imperial court," a Taoist official reported. Hearing this, King Lu frowned. "Come in and report." "Yes." The imperial bodyguard outside let the Taoist official in. When he entered, the Taoist official kowtowed and handed over the report. Eunuch Liao received it and handed it over to King Lu. King Lu opened it up and frowned. He then stood up and paced several steps. "Go gather the generals and officials to discuss this matter." "Yes, King Lu." Eunuch Liao nodded and glanced outside. It was raining cats and dogs, and the wind was blowing loudly as it disappeared into the rain. Main hall. After an hour, several generals rushed over. The rain outside was too heavy, and their hair and clothes were wet. There were also wet footprints on the ground. Outside, dark clouds covered the skies, and the main hall was dark as well. Occasionally, there would be flashes of lightning, and the sound of thunder could be heard. Before long, several people lit up more than 10 lamps, illuminating the entire hall. "Silence!" Eunuch Liao shouted out. Along with his loud and clear voice, the entire hall quietened down. King Lu sat at the head of the table and laughed. "It's raining now, and I'm sorry everyone came. Men, give everyone a bowl of ginger soup to ward off the cold." Immediately, someone acknowledged. King Lu retracted his smile as his face turned serious. He then placed the report by the side. "Eunuch Liao, help me read it to the generals. This way, the generals can help me think of some ideas." Hearing King Lu's words, the generals were shocked. Could it be that the imperial court's army has arrived? "This servant will do as you bid." Eunuch Liao received the report and read aloud. "Count Zhongqin has led an army of 70,000 across the river. The surrounding prefectures are under his control. In total, he controls an army of 200,000. Count Zhongqin has just crossed the river and issued a decree in the name of the chief commander, ordering all the prefectures to fortify their defenses. No one is allowed to go out into battle without permission. Another 200,000 taels of silver have been allocated to the prefectures to equip them with weapons." Several of the generals and UG generals heard these words and felt a chill run down their spines. They then started discussing amongst themselves. Count Zhongqin is indeed a man who followed the founding of the empire. It seems like he's trying to stop us from going out into battle. If we were to fight, the losses would be much greater. If that happens, King Lu's plan to rid the emperor of all his enemies would be hindered. Ha ha! Xie Qingdong laughed out as everyone turned to look at him. Xie Qingdong then bowed down to them. He had a calm smile on his face as he spoke. Generals, you might not know this, but this isn't the work of Count Zhongqin. This is a copy of Pei Ziyun from Ying Prefecture. As he spoke, he then explained the situation in Ying Prefecture. Seeing that all the generals had understood, he then continued, this person copied this strategy. It's like playing chess. As long as you block the opening of the qi, you can kill the dragon. This strategy doesn't allow the weak to fight the strong. However, it allows the strong to fight the weak. It's impossible for the weak to win. I have to say, this strategy is indeed the art of war. Oh! When King Lu heard these words, he pondered for some time. He knew that Xie Qingdong wouldn't allow him to lose his prestige and morale at this point. He then spoke out, where there's a method, there's a way to break it. If you have any ideas, just speak your mind. However, the biggest drawback of this strategy is that it's a small obstacle. Xie Qingdong revealed a cold smile, as though everything was under his control. He paused for some time, and noticed that everyone was listening attentively. Even King Lu leaned forward before he spoke out. Now that Qin Prefecture is under our control, the new general has many family members who are still under the control of the imperial court. It's not a good idea to make a big fuss about this. You can go to Qin Prefecture to train your troop. Qin Prefecture has already mobilized many new soldiers, and is currently lacking a general. General Han Hongwu cannot be left idle in Qin Prefecture. We have to send out our troops immediately. However, our target is Han Ning County. As long as we can take down Han Ning County, we can attack Shu Prefecture from the south, and Jing Prefecture from the east. We can then conquer half of the north and travel 1,000 miles. Blocking the way would be of no use then. As for my army, all we have to do is delay Count Zhongqin, and allow General Han Hongwu to break out of this predicament. This is a ploy. If Pei Ziyun was here, he might be able to see through my strategy. However, Count Zhongqin is a scholar, and doesn't understand the logic behind it. Hence, he won't be able to see through it. After learning Pei Ziyun's tactics, he thinks that he can use it against us. Hence, he's stuck to his old ways of thinking. When that happens, not only will Count Zhongqin die, but the entire army will be destroyed as well. Our army will then be able to attack the capital, and cleanse the emperor's side in one fell swoop. King Lu is the son of the emperor after all. When that time comes, the entire world will submit to you. His analysis was thorough, and penetrated deep into everyone's heart. When the generals heard this, they all nodded their heads in agreement. They felt that there was hope for victory. They then stood up and congratulated King Lu. Congratulations, King Lu. Congratulations, King Lu. Ha ha. King Lu laughed out and praised him. Mr. Xie, you are truly my strategist. The war has been won. He was in a good mood. At this point, he raised his head and looked at the few new officials. He had a sudden impulse and smiled. You've all received your father's support and became officials. However, since you've become officials, I have to test you and see what you're capable of. Come on, don't be afraid. Tell me what you think. King Lu asked casually as he smiled and took a sip of tea. The few new officials mumbled under their breath. The blind Taoist had changed his appearance and was brimming with confidence. He then took a step forward and spoke. Taoist Xie's strategies are unparalleled throughout history. How can we, a lowly official, comment on them? However, this humble official has something to add. Would you mind listening? King Lu was just acting on a whim. He didn't expect a mere 9th-ranked official to actually have something to say. He then laughed out. Yes. The blind Taoist bowed once more. My army's main objective is to hold Count Zhongqin back. However, we can't just defend to the death, or else we'll be exposed. I've heard that Qin Prefecture has cavalry troop. Now that Qin Prefecture is in your hands, this is our trump card. Cavalry troops are highly mobile. We can send a few hundred men, or even 1,000 men each. They can ambush Count Zhongqin's troops and destroy their supply lines. Not only can they accumulate this many times, they can also train their soldiers. They can also strike at the enemy's morale and increase the chances of victory for your highness. Let's make the battle more lively. This way we can cover General Han's strategy. When Xie Qingdong heard this, he was deep in thought. This made sense. King Lu sat on his throne and looked at this new official in admiration. He didn't think that this son of a noble family, who wasn't even an elementary scholar, would be so talented. King Lu then thought about it and asked, "You're Li Cheng? I didn't expect you to be so talented. With this strategy you've achieved much. Being a 9th-ranked official is too much for you. You can be promoted to an 8th-ranked official." The blind Taoist who was disguised as Li Cheng immediately knelt down. "Thank you for your reward. This official will do anything for you." Seeing that Li Cheng had gained the trust of King Lu, Xie Qingdong frowned. He felt a sense of discomfort welling up within him. He sighed and looked at Li Qingdong carefully. He then realized that Li Cheng didn't have any traces of cultivation. He then thought to himself, "Could it be that I'm jealous of this talented person?" Just as he was thinking about this, the talisman in his robes moved. His expression changed, and the blind Taoist raised his head to look at Xie Qingdong. King Lu didn't know how Xie Qingdong was feeling. After thinking for some time, he felt that his plan was flawless. He then laughed. "This is a good plan. Generals, act according to the plan." "Yes." The generals stood up and bowed before retreating. Chapter 352. Xie Qingdong returned to his own mansion, which was quite a distance away from King Lu. He walked along the corridor and passed through a rock garden before arriving at a moon door. There were vines all over the place, and the entire place was silent. After taking a look around, he entered an empty room. It was dark inside, which was exactly what he wanted. He took out a talisman from his robes and pointed at it. The spiritual light gradually dispersed. He then saw his father's Yin spirit and asked curiously, "Father, why did you contact me when you were out of it?" However, Xie Qingdong's Yin master cultivation was at the peak and he snapped out of it. His face turned pale. "Father, what's wrong?" "My son, don't act like a child. I've been killed by Pei Ziyun, and I'm currently in the underworld. I've just died, and the barrier between Yin and Yang isn't complete. That's why I can communicate with you. Hurry and help me." Before he could finish speaking, the talisman flashed and Xie Yi's expression changed. "Not good, Pei Ziyun's Yin master has caught up." As soon as he finished speaking, a sword flashed and the talisman was extinguished. Xie Qingdong's face fell. Boom! As Xie Qingdong's face turned ashen, another bolt of lightning struck down from the skies, illuminating the entire place. Amidst the heavy rain, the bamboos by the corner of the walls trembled violently. The sudden clap of thunder caused Xie Qingdong to tremble. He then looked up and mumbled, "How did Pei Ziyun find my father?" "My father changed his name and acted in secret. He had to know the details before he could act." Thinking up to this point, Xie Qingdong's face turned ashen. "My father was an elder. Once he died, my authority within the sect was greatly diminished. Who was it? Who was it? Who was it?" He paced around uneasily before thinking, "No, Pei Ziyun is vicious and ruthless. He has to get rid of the root of the problem. I'm afraid even my father's Yin master won't be able to escape." Thinking up to this point, he couldn't help but tremble. After all, this was his father. Even if he treated others coldly, he wouldn't be able to abandon his father. No, I have to go and help him. His face was ashen as he hurried off. He found a quiet room and instructed the guards to guard him. He then sat down and was about to enter a trance when he realized something. No, something's not right. Looks like I have to ask the Earth Immortal for help. Thinking up to this point, he retrieved a talisman and sent a message to the Earth Immortal. After he was done, his Master emerged from his body and disappeared into the ground. Dark Prayer Qianji Mountain, the main hall, was hidden among the cedars and cypresses. Side palaces, side halls, pavilions, steles and galleries were everywhere. Under the sunlight it seemed lush and lush. As far as the eye could see, one could even see the mountains shrouded in clouds and mist, giving off a faint feeling of a celestial mountain. In a pavilion, Taoist Xu Guan was sitting on a cloud couch. Suddenly, a message appeared in front of him. An emergency communication letter? This is a letter from Xie Qingdong. Could it be that something important has happened to him? The Earth Immortal frowned as he stretched out his finger and read the contents of the letter. He then frowned and stood up. Damn it. Pei Ziyunju dared to attack my dark altar sect's monastery. It looks like he's really going to make use of the imperial court to deal with us. Pei Ziyun is chasing after Xie Yi? Xie Yi was a 9th-level master cultivator, and an elder at that. His movements had always been cautious. How did Pei Ziyun find out where he was going and kill him so decisively? Could it be that someone was secretly communicating with Pei Ziyun? Thinking up to this point, the Earth Immortal frowned. Since there were people, there would always be conflict. After thinking for some time, he thought to himself, forget it. Although the mysterious force has dissipated, and Xie Yi and his son are suspicious, and Xie Yi's death might not be a good thing for our sect. However, he has indeed contributed greatly to our sect. In the future, he can focus on cultivating the Tao of gods and contribute to our sect. Thinking this way, the incarnation which was meditating in the underground palace suddenly opened its eyes and transformed into a beam of light as it sped off in a different direction. Underworld, several beams of light were trying to escape. Boom! A beam of sword light slashed down on a mountain far away, causing the mountain rocks to crumble. Ain Master was unable to dodge in time and was blasted into smithereens. Xie Yi's eyes dimmed. Block him. The few Masters behind him looked at each other. Once Ain Master died, he would die for real. They wouldn't even be able to head to the city God City. Xie Yi wanted them to die. It was obvious that Pei Ziyun was chasing after Xie Yi. If they followed Xie Yi now, they would definitely die. Not only did they not listen to his orders, they started to scatter and escape in all directions. Pei Ziyun was neither fast nor slow. He didn't chase after the others, and only chased after Xie Yi. As he chased after him, he laughed coldly. Elder Xie, why do you have to run so quickly? Look, the others have already left. We can talk for a while. Damn it, Pei Ziyun. I didn't expect you to grow up to be such a huge threat to my Dark Altar sect. I hate myself for destroying your Free Cloud sect in the past, even if I had to take advantage of the losses I suffered in the past. Xie Yi gritted his teeth as he tried to escape. Ha! When Pei Ziyun heard Xie Yi's words, he didn't rebuke him. He laughed out, that's right. It's a pity that you've missed this opportunity. The heavenly Tao is clear. Today, it's my turn to kill all of you. Hearing these words, Xie Yi was about to spit out the words he wanted to say, but they were stuck in his throat. He then turned around and said, there's a saying in the pugilistic world that one shouldn't harm one's wife and children. When Taoist sects go all out to kill, they don't harm the souls. You're chasing after them, that's completely unreasonable. Aren't you afraid of becoming the public enemy of Taoist sects? Chasing after the souls was your Dark Altar sect's initiative. Pei Ziyun chased after him, his face cold. From time to time, he would strike out with his sword, forcing Xie Yi to flee. As he chased after Xie Yi revealed a sinister smile. "You've fallen into my trap." "That's right, the time has come." As Pei Ziyun spoke, his body flickered as his speed increased. In a blink of an eye, he was nearing Xie Yi and shouted, "Traitor, you shall face the law." As soon as he shouted, a ball of yellow qi appeared above his master. The shadow of a flood dragon could be seen, as a powerful ripple spread out, causing the gray mist to retreat. A claw then struck out. Xie Yi's master screamed out in pain and was unable to move. "This is Imperial Qi." Xie Yi gasped for breath as he tried to resist. His face was filled with fear. "No, that's impossible. Your master actually has Imperial Qi, and it's automatically activated." He looked at Pei Ziyun as if he was a madman. Pei Ziyun paused for a moment before laughing out, "You wanted to ambush me, but I wanted to use you to lure your son Xie Dong out. If it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to bait the city and lure your son here, I would have killed you long ago. Do you really think I can't catch up to you and can't kill you?" Xie Yi used his Dao arts as he struggled with all his might. At this point, a beam of light appeared above the gray river. "Father, I'm here to help you. Your son is here." Pei Ziyun spoke out. When Xie Yi heard this, his face froze, as a strong sense of unease welled up in his heart. Pei Ziyun laughed out at Xie Dong. "Xie Dong, you can't save him in time. Your father is dead." The yellow flood dragon pressed its claws down. "No." Xie Dong screamed out in pain as he saw the dragon claw pressing down on him. Xie Yi's face was filled with hatred as he struggled to block the attack. However, it was to no avail. All he could do was stare blankly for a moment before a loud, pring sound was heard as his body was disintegrated into pieces. These pieces then flew in all directions, as they slowly disintegrated in the dark underworld. Xie Dong pounced forward and grabbed hold of a piece. This piece of master seemed to be replaying Xie Yi's memories. "No." Xie Dong screamed out in pain as the pieces of master continued to disintegrate in Xie Dong's hands. Xie Dong's face was contorted as he glared at Pei Ziyun with eyes filled with hatred. He screamed out, "Pei Ziyun, do you think you can kill my father with Imperial Qi without any consequences? You're a Daoist. Using Imperial Qi would destroy your Dao foundation. I didn't expect you to be so crazy." "Haha." Pei Ziyun's heart skipped a beat as he laughed out loud. He stared at Xie Dong. "So what? Today I've killed your father, and now I'm going to kill you. Next, I'm going to destroy your sect. How's that for a surprise?" Pei Ziyun laughed sarcastically. At this point, he secretly used his primordial spirit to examine his own body. He realized that after he had used the Imperial Qi, a small amount of Imperial Qi was slithering in and out of his master, trying to assimilate the Imperial Qi. It was just that within his master, a plum blossom could be seen. As the plum blossom moved, the Imperial Qi was squeezed out of his master, causing some damage to his energy. "See." Pei Ziyun sucked in a breath of cold air. Indeed, the Imperial Qi within his master had seeped into his master. If it weren't for the plum blossom blocking it, his foundation would have been damaged. No wonder Xie Yi and Xie Dong treated me like a madman. So this Imperial Qi is used to kill 1,000 enemies, but at the cost of 800. Although Pei Ziyun's heart skipped a beat, he was filled with killing intent. "But I have the plum blossom. It looks like I can still hold on for a while. I shall take this opportunity to kill this Xie Dong." The moment his killing intent rose, Xie Dong could feel it. His expression changed. Pei Ziyun was about to make his move when the plum blossom moved. "What? An earth immortal from Dark Altar sect is here?" Pei Ziyun was taken aback as he looked in a certain direction. He sighed to himself. Xie Dong was here on the spur of the moment, and wouldn't be able to kill him. He then laughed. You've killed your father, and yet you don't dare to fight me to the death. How can you still be considered a son? Do you even have a shred of conscience? As long as you're human, you wouldn't be like you. You're still trying to stall for time so that you can take my attack. Xie Dong spoke out loud and was both shocked and furious. Pei Ziyun, wait for me to get out. I shall command my army to wipe out your entire clan, and wipe out your entire sect. Shut up, Pei Ziyun replied coldly. He then transformed into a beam of light as he sped off into the distance. As for the flood dragon, it remained in its original position and struck out with its claws. Xie Dong wanted to chase after it, but was obstructed. He then waved his sword, slash. The sword light landed on the flood dragon's claws. With a loud boom, the sword light shattered and the flood dragon dissipated. Pooh! Xie Dong spat out a mouthful of blood as it landed on the ground, dissolving into starlight. By the time he regained his composure, the beam of light had already disappeared. From afar, the Earth Immortal's beam of light was nearing. Xie Dong clutched his chest as his eyes turned red. Pei Ziyun, I will not let you live under the same sky. At this point, the Earth Immortal's clone arrived. Seeing that Xie was dead, Xie Dong was injured, and that Pei Ziyun hadn't stayed behind at all, he was furious. Trash, a bunch of trash. As he spoke, he transformed into a beam of light and chased after them. Xie Dong knelt on the ground, his hands clutched tightly onto the gravel of the underworld. His father had died, and he was even chided by the Earth Immortal. It seemed like he was feeling pretty good. His sect was already suspicious of him and his father. His heart was filled with pain and despair. Tears of blood flowed down his cheeks as they dripped onto the ground, turning into black blood stones. Actually, if he could borrow King Lu's imperial qi, he wouldn't be any weaker than Pei Ziyun. After all, Pei Ziyun had only received an imperial order. However, Xie Dong knew the dangers of imperial qi. Unless he had no other choice, why would he do that? After kneeling for some time, Xie Dong gritted his teeth. Just you wait. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up and looked into the distance. He didn't chase after them, but turned around and left. Chapter 353. The room was dark and gloomy. Sunlight shone through the window onto Xie Dong's body. Xie Dong's face was wet from the tears of blood that flowed from his master's eyes. A bit of spiritual light emerged from the ground and entered his body. He immediately opened his eyes. However, as soon as he opened his eyes, he was so angry that he coughed up a mouthful of blood. After Xie Dong had spat out the blood, he felt a chill on his face. He stretched out his hand and touched his face. It was full of tears. He threw his head back and laughed out loud. Ha ha! After laughing, he did not wipe his face. After some time, he stood up and walked to the window. The wind blew past his face, and he tasted the blood in his mouth. Dark clouds rose and a gust of wind blew past. The sky changed color, causing him to shiver. He sat down on a chair and looked out the window. I still remember Yuko village. That place was very close to Dark Altar sect. At that time, my father had yet to meet the blind Taoist. He was just an ordinary disciple. He had already married and had children. He held my hand as we walked home. Little Huang was waiting for us at the door. As he spoke, Xie Dong's chest tightened and he laughed bitterly. When he was young, he had followed his father to cultivate Tao. His talent in cultivation far exceeded that of an ordinary person. His father had placed all his hopes on him. It was a pity that he did not have the resources to nurture him. His father had to grit his teeth and work hard to earn resources for him. Later on, he met the blind Taoist who gave him many pointers. Eventually, His cultivation improved and he was recognized by Elder Sunday. He was accepted as a core disciple and his father became famous. However, his father continued to support him. Later on, he even helped Xie Qingdong obtain a fruit. He often told him, "My talent is limited. To be able to achieve this, I had to force my way up. I will never be able to become an earth immortal. You are still young, I placed all my hopes on you." Now that he had been killed by Pei Ziyun, that was fine. Even if his physical body died, he could still enter paradise and meet his father again. But now that his body and soul had been destroyed, he was beyond redemption. Even if he were to become a true immortal, there was no turning back. Xie Qingdong bit his lips, tears welled up in his eyes and refused to fall. He could not control himself as he choked on his tears. After a long time, Xie Qingdong wiped away his tears and calmed himself down. He thought to himself, "The sect's attitude towards me has changed, even before my father was killed. I've failed so many times that I'm sure there's something wrong with the sect. It's just that my father and I are both Een Master level 9 and 10. Furthermore, we've performed many meritorious deeds in the past. That's why we have the right to speak up. Now that my father is dead and both his body and soul are destroyed, I'm afraid my influence within the sect will be reduced by half." Just thinking about it, Xie Qingdong felt a stifling pressure in his heart. He slammed his fist against the window, his heart filled with rage with nowhere to vent it. What was even more chilling was the attitude of his master. After a long time, he took a few steps forward and coldly laughed. "Qing Yuanzi, you are suspicious to the bone. How many talented disciples have mysteriously disappeared or fallen into depravity? You've lived for 200 years, but you've actually sucked Dark Altar sect dry. Both my father and I have contributed so much to the sect's resurgence. That's why we have so many Een Master experts. Are you going to turn your back on us now? Now, the only thing I can do is to feign civility and support King Lu's victory. As long as I can obtain half of the world, I will be able to break through to the Earth Immortal level." Xie Qingdong laughed coldly, however. "You've already lived for 200 years. You don't have much lifespan left. You've fought so many battles and lost so much of your lifespan. How many more years do you have left? Even if I do have a few more decades, when I become an Earth Immortal, and with the help of Imperial Qi, do you think you can stop me? As for Pei Ziyun, I shall think about how I can repay you every day." At this point, a bolt of lightning struck down, illuminating the entire room. Xie Qingdong's face was filled with malevolence. Underworld, it was an eternally dark place. A chilly wind blew past, as lonely spirits wandered about in the darkness. Several evil spirits lurked deep within the underworld, looking for an opportunity to strike. Pei Ziyun transformed into a beam of light as he advanced forward. As long as he continued upwards, he would be able to return to his physical body. At this point, Pei Ziyun stopped in his tracks. He then extended his hand and pointed it at the ground. The Imperial Qi which had been hovering above him flew out and landed on the ground before disappearing. "You've chased me so many times. Let's see how I deal with you," Pei Ziyun said. Not long after he finished speaking, another beam of light appeared in front of him. It landed not far away from Pei Ziyun and smiled coldly. Seeing that Pei Ziyun was not running away, the Earth Immortal was shocked. He then laughed. "Pei Ziyun, I didn't expect you to be so daring. You're not running anymore?" As he spoke, he looked at Pei Ziyun and was shocked. His Een Master was faint, like glass, and exuded an aura of perfection. He wore the robes of a true sovereign. His robes were magnificent, and there was a faint shadow of a dragon. His expression changed. "You've already attained immortality, and your Een Master is close to perfection? You've even received the title of true sovereign, and are even an imperial envoy." No wonder you're so daring and dare to offend me. However, I shall let you know what it means to be a villain, and to be successful will bring disaster. When the Earth Immortal saw that Pei Ziyun had attained the 3rd level of cultivation, his eyes turned cold. This kid had only relied on the Imperial Qi to achieve immortality, so be it. He didn't expect that he'd already attained immortality. The last time he was here, he had only been expelled from the Imperial records. Such a person, if he didn't kill him, he wouldn't be able to rest easy. As this thought flashed through his mind, he clenched his fist, causing a lightning orb to appear in his hand. He then pointed at the orb, and a loud boom could be heard. The orb carried a large amount of lightning with it as it shot towards Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun stretched out his hand as well, as a transparent sword appeared in his hand. He pointed his finger forward, slash. The sword charged forward and the lightning pearl struck down. Both of them were extremely fast and a loud boom could be heard as the light from the sword dissipated. Pei Ziyun was shocked to see that the blade of the sword was still intact. It was just that the lightning seemed to be relentless. One lightning bolt exploded and another followed. It was like a chain of beads, and the blade of the sword exploded into pieces. It was just that once the blade of the sword had exploded, there wasn't much lightning left. When the remaining lightning reached Pei Ziyun, it dissipated. So the might of an Earth Immortal is only this much. Ha ha. Hearing Pei Ziyun's mocking words, the Earth Immortal's face fell. The lightning in his hand changed, and another lightning pearl appeared. This time, it was 3 times stronger than before. Pei Ziyun acted as though he was about to escape, and the Earth Immortal started to move. Pei Ziyun then pointed, trap. A dragon's roar could be heard from beneath the ground, as it chased after the Earth Immortal, forming a fence that trapped the Earth Immortal within. The fence looked like it was made of iron, and the top was shaped like a dragon. One could even see the head of the dragon, and it looked extremely sturdy. The moment the Earth Immortal neared, the fence started to emit lightning, which struck the Earth Immortal's body. Ha ha! Not only was the Earth Immortal not angry, he even laughed out, Pei Ziyun, do you think you're the only genius in this world who doesn't know how to control Imperial Qi? Every time you use Imperial Qi, it will seep into your Yin spirit. When that happens, you will become a puppet of the Imperial Court, and your Tao Foundation will be ruined. This is something that many Taoists have paid a heavy price to learn. What a pity, what a pity! Free Cloud Sect is just a small sect, and yet they don't know this. As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed the lightning pearl at the fence, causing it to split open. Thousands of sparks flew out, and the fence started to tremble, as if it was about to change shape. Pei Ziyun waved his hands. How would I not know about this? Earth Immortal, please hold on. I have something to say to you, but I know that the Immortal would want to keep me here. I had no choice but to do this. Hearing Pei Ziyun's words, the Earth Immortal who was prepared to destroy the cage stopped in his tracks and paused. Oh, you and I are enemies. What's there to talk about? Haha, Immortal's words are wrong. The so-called enemies are merely a clash of interests. But since our interests are the same, even enemies can sit down and negotiate. There are no eternal enemies in this world, and no eternal friends. Pei Ziyun said. What you've said isn't wrong. It's almost philosophical. Hearing these words, the Earth Immortal stopped in his tracks and didn't attack again. He was listening to what Pei Ziyun had to say. Pei Ziyun looked at the Earth Immortal's expression and laughed. You're an Earth Immortal, and your senses are vast. Have you noticed that Dark Altar Sect has undergone many changes over the past 20 years? As soon as these words were spoken, the Earth Immortal's expression changed. Pei Ziyun ignored him. In the memories of the original owner of the body, Xie Dong had achieved a great victory, but didn't become the sect leader of Dark Altar Sect. Furthermore, Qing Yuanzi had died a year before the original owner was imprisoned. Pei Ziyun didn't believe that Dark Altar sect wouldn't be aware of this, and laughed coldly. Xie Yi was a mediocre person. How did his cultivation suddenly improve by leaps and bounds? How did Xie Yi and his son manage to obtain so many secrets and gain so many merits for the sect? When Xie Yi and his son were promoted, why did so many people mysteriously disappear? Dark Altar sect is supporting the Dragon Court, and naturally they would benefit from it. But is there a need to be so anxious, so close, and so brazen? Aren't they afraid of being punished for their failure? If the imperial court were to be angered, they would change the mountains and rivers, and Dark Altar sect would not be defeated. You're just an earth immortal, do you think you'll be able to save them? Think about it carefully. Could it be that both father and son were chosen by the heavens? They were only helping Dark Altar sect, and had no ulterior motives? I'm sure Immortal would know some insider information. Seeing the Earth Immortal's dark expression, Pei Ziyun laughed out. If you have any doubts, you can send someone to contact me. My only enemy is Xie Qingdong, and not Dark Altar sect. I'm going. As he spoke, he dashed forward. Before he could cross the fence, Pei Ziyun waved his hands, and a sword ray shot down. The fence didn't stop him, and he pierced through it, landing on the Earth Immortal's head. Pei Ziyun didn't stop, and pierced through the space between yin and yang, returning to the world of the living. Seeing Pei Ziyun leave, the Earth Immortal stretched out his hand to receive the sword ray. It was only a few inches long, condensing qi into a sword? Another genius? Xie Qingdong's cultivation speed is fast, and he has his own secrets. I don't think you're too far behind. As soon as the Earth Immortal finished speaking, he sent a message to the Earth Immortal. His face fell as he waved his hands, and the third lightning pearl struck the fence. A loud boom could be heard as the fence was torn apart and turned into a white smoke. The Earth Immortal's body was starting to turn transparent, and his face was gloomy. However, it's time to investigate the history of the Xie family's father and son, especially when it comes to the mysterious power that disappeared not long ago. I have to investigate both of them together. Thinking about the mysterious power, the Earth Immortal revealed a look of fear. My spiritual sense tells me that this power is a huge threat to me. As he thought about this, he transformed into a streak of light and disappeared. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.